Just checking for you, Madam Mayor. We're now live, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's full council meeting. Before we start on tonight's agenda, can I remind all of us that it has just been a few days since Captain Sir Tom passed away. And as you're aware, the flag on the town hall was flown at half-mast in his honour. Could I please ask for a minute's silence in honour of Captain Sir Tom and all those who are no longer with us? Thank you. Thank you all very much. We start with the items on the meeting. The meeting will be conducted in accordance with the virtual meetings protocol. I will be looking to take some short breaks throughout the meeting, perhaps for 5 minutes every hour, or when it is more convenient, to allow members an opportunity for a comfort break. So moving to item 2, apologies. Do we have any apologies, please? I hear or see no one, so we'll take them as accepted. Item 3 on the agenda is to move the minutes of the 2 meetings that were held on the 2nd of December 2020 and the extraordinary minutes of the meeting also on the 2nd of December 2020. Is there, I will move both sets of those minutes. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. Thank you. I see no dissent for the minutes. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4, declarations of interest. Does anyone have any declarations of interest other than those that are already on the printed sheets that were sent out with the agenda? I see none. Thank you. So moving on to agenda item 5, announcements. I have no announcements and haven't been notified of anyone else wishing to make any. Agenda item 6 is public participation. We have had a list I believe that question 1 is from Mr. Sam Margrave. I believe, Brent, that you will be reading this question. Brent, yes, could you read the first question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, the icon's a bit slow on the screen. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question from Mr. Margrave is, when neighbouring authorities have long since dispensed with the mayoral chauffeur and car, why does Nuneaton and Bedworth Labour Group continue to waste taxpayers' money on such luxuries for our politicians while local residents have to rely on food banks? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, would you like to respond to the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe that some of our neighbouring authorities do continue, in fact, to have civic cars and chauffeurs. In regard to Nuneaton and Bedworth, on the 30th of September 2020, the council gave notice to terminate its lease arrangements with the provider for the civic car, pending a further review of the provision once the position on the pandemic becomes clearer. The notice period has now expired and the car has been collected by the lease company. Whilst the contract for the chauffeur remains in place, this is a call-off contract, which means during the pandemic, no driver costs have been incurred. Where a chauffeur service is required in the interim, the provision of a vehicle with driver is in place, but has not been utilised. Longer term, it will be a decision of the controlling group whether or not to reinstate the civic car at an appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Point of order. Councillor Brown.
Sorry. Point of order was from whom?
Councillor Brown.
What is your point of order, Councillor? What is the point of order from the Constitution?
Okay, in accordance with the Council Constitution, I'd like to move that the content of Mr. Margrave's question be referred to the Internal Overview and Scrutiny Panel for further consideration, Madam Mayor.
Could you just hold on one moment, please, Councillor Brown?
So it's 4.9.8 of the Council Procedure.
Is there a seconder for that proposal?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Golby.
Thank you. I understand from the Constitution this point of order will be voted on without debate. So could you take a vote, please, Simone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you could all please indicate for or against, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brinley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin. Councillor Daffin. Councillor Daffin, I'll come back to you.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazay.
For, please.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancocks.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacour.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Don't believe Councillor Llewellyn Nash is in the meeting. Councillor Lloyd.
Against, Chair.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
And Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's lost 16-17, Madam Mayor.
The proposal was lost by 16 votes to 17. So moving on to the second question. Brent, I believe you're reading the question.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The second question is from Lubs Kvetkovic. It is with great sadness that we heard the news that Captain Sir Tom Moore passed away from COVID-19. I am sure that we have all been touched and moved by his example and his can-do spirit during these testing and difficult times. It is my hope that this council will pay him a suitable tribute by lowering the Union flag on the council house to half-mast on the day of his funeral. I would further ask that he is honoured and further remembered by having a road named after him within the borough. I was pleased to see that the incredible staff at the George Eliot Hospital have already taken a vote to honour him by naming a unit comprising of two 15-bed wards after him. This is in addition to announcing that they will be adding 2 new operating theatres, the total cost of improvements being £5.7 million. I'm sure this is something Captain Sir Tom Moore would have strongly approved of, and I'm delighted they are keeping his memory and legacy alive. I hope that the council will follow the example of the George Eliot Hospital in supporting this suggestion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. Councillor Jackson, do you wish to reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Many of us were inspired by the valiant work of Captain Tom, who was honoured and made a Sir by the Queen for his fundraising efforts. The council will indeed lower the flag on the day of his funeral. Further, the council has already set up a group of elected members looking at how we can recognise the efforts of so many in our community who have done so much during this dreadful pandemic. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Question 3, Anne Brown. Brent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the last full council meeting in December 2020, Councillor Lloyd answered a question concerning a petition in relation to the bistro at the Civic Hall, Bedworth. Councillor Lloyd, in his answer to that question, confirmed that a valid paper petition had been received. I would like to know how many signatures the paper petition in question contained. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Lloyd, did you want to answer the question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. 415.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd.
Point of order.
Who was that?
Councillor
Sorry.
Evans.
You will have to say your name because I don't know who is raising the points of order.
Yeah.
What does, what part of the Constitution do you wish to raise your point of order, Councillor Evans?
Yeah, it's the same article that Director Richardson quoted to you a few minutes ago. In accordance with the Constitution, I wish to move that the content of Mrs. Brown's question be referred to the Internal Overview and Scrutiny Panel.
Is there a seconder for that proposal?
Seconded.
I'm
happy to second it, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Therefore, there can be no debate. So, Simone, would you like to, move to the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, if you could please indicate for or against the motion. Thank you. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Cross.
For.
I was ready because I thought I was going to be the next question.
If I could remind everyone to keep themselves on mute until I call you, please. There is quite a lot of background noise. Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Again, I don't believe Councillor Llewellyn Nash is in the meeting. Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's carried.
By 17 votes to 16. Thank you. Moving on to the question from Michelle Condacore. I understand, Michelle, you wish to read this yourself.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This past week, I have discovered that several emails that I have sent to officers at the council have ended up in their junk folders, and this has affected numerous departments, elections, finance and planning. It is a real concern as members of the public will simply think that some officers and councillors can't be bothered to reply to them, when in reality they are simply unaware that important messages may have gone to the junk folder. I only knew when I have had to chase things up due to a lack of response. What is being done to fix this malfunction in the email system, and have all councillors and officers been told to keep checking their junk folders too? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jill Shepherd, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm having a few issues with my broadband, hence not the camera. The council recently upgraded its IT security, and this appears to be now classifying more emails as spam. We've been investigating the issue, and it appears that the items being diverted into junk folders are from certain senders. This is happening because there is an issue with the settings from the sender. All council employees and councillors have been advised and asked to check their spam folders regularly. Regular updates are being provided. The current advice is to monitor junk folders to identify any that are incorrectly classified as spam. Mark them as not junk so that they will now be directed to the inbox, and to let IT know so that they can be investigated. Senders are being advised to check their settings with their internet provider. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you,
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Councillor Kandaka, can I have a vote on taking that to internal scrutiny, please?
You are proposing that the question from,
my wife, Michelle.
Michelle, goes to overview and scrutiny committee. Is there a seconder for that proposal?
I'll second that,
Yeah.
Madam Councillor Sargent, J.
Thank
Sargent.
you. Could you take a vote again, please, Simone?
Madam Mayor, point of order. It's Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Hancock, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor. Can I just clarify? I think I've probably missed it. Does Councillor Condacor need to declare an interest in this or not? Just seems strange as it's his wife.
If it helps, Madam Mayor, I did say she was my wife.
The advice I have been given is no. So could you take the vote, please, Simone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, if you could please indicate for or against the motion to refer that to OSP. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Beaumont, if you could just repeat that, you froze just at that moment.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin. Councillor Daffin. Councillor Daffin, I'll come back to you. Councillor Doherty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash is not in the meeting. Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longden.
Against.
Councillor Panter.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Thank you. That's lost 17-16, Madam Mayor.
The proposal is lost by 16 votes to 17. Question from Mr. Lee Downs. Brent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully you can hear me. The question is, in the latest round of funding provided to councils as part of the government's Green Homes funding programme, North Warwickshire Borough Council were awarded £320,000 to renovate 54 homes. By contrast, I understand that the bid made by this council for funding under the scheme was rejected. Can the portfolio holder explain the reason this council's bid was rejected and what measures will be taken to ensure future bids are correctly submitted? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Watkins, do you want to reply, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Downs, for your question. The government has provided 2 rounds of Green Homes grant local authority delivery funding. The round being referred to in this question is LAD Part 1B. LAD Part 1B came about because the government was unable to award all of its funding in its original LAD Part 1 round due to the unsatisfactory bids. In LAD Part 1, this council was successful in leading a consortium bid which included provision for North Warwickshire Borough Council's private sector housing stock. That bid received 1.4 million of funding for MBBC, council housing, private housing and North Warwickshire private housing. We are well on our way to delivering these improvements. This time, North Warwickshire Borough Council bids separately to include their council housing stock, as it was not included in the first round. MBBC submitted a duplicate bid concentrating on just Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council area, but this time it was not awarded. There is no evidence to suggest the bid was not correctly submitted. I can only assume that other areas were given an opportunity to use for the limited funding this time around. Given the size of the 2 boroughs, both areas have secured approximately the same proportionate amount of funding, i.e. 500 grand for North Warwickshire Borough Council and 1.2 million for Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council. This council has an excellent track record of securing funds and delivering residential energy efficiency works, including the CESP scheme, Green Deal Communities, and more lately the LAD Part 1. That should answer it in full, Madam Mayor.
You're on mute, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, you're on mute.
Motion detected at your front door.
Sorry, Brent. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the steps of the Town Hall the day after the local elections in 2018, Councillor Julie Jackson, the now leader of this council, gave an interview on BBC Midlands News and spoke with reporter Bob Hockenall to explain the loss of overall control of the council. The reason given was, quote, "There was an issue of our borough." Be upfront about that. I need to be honest about that. There are a lot of people who are concerned of development in certain areas, but just as Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
Could I ask you to go back to the beginning of the second paragraph because your sound went down?
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes, there was an issue of our borough plan, and we're going to be upfront about that. I need to be honest about that. There are a lot of people who are concerned of development in certain areas, but again, the government actually wants more and more housing, and I think locally the Conservatives played well. Okay, the government centrally. The Conservatives centrally want one thing, but locally we're going to oppose it, and I think in some areas that did affect us. I must clear up one or two things within this quote. Firstly, NBBC is in its own right a planning authority and therefore has the sole power to create its own borough plan of how many houses will be built and where they will be built, not the government or Conservatives centrally or even Uncle Tom Cobley, come to think of it. The whole plan has been handled shockingly by the ruling Labour group, and I would like the leader of this council to maybe inform the tax-paying residents of this council tonight a list of things taken on board by NBBC from one or two residents from any public consultations run over the years regarding the borough plan. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. Do you wish to reply, Councillor Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have undertaken a wide range of consultations with our residents and businesses in relation to the borough plan and taken account appropriately of the feedback received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Right, we were moving on to agenda item. Pardon? Right. Sorry, yeah, could you just give me 1 minute, please? Thank you. Point of order is, I believe, from Councillor, is it Councillor Ghislaine? Councillor Evans, because Councillor Ghislaine has his hand up. Yeah, I know, I'm just looking at it, Simone. Councillor Evans has raised a point of order. In accordance with the Council's constitution, I wish to move a procedural motion that Councillor is item 12 before item 8. I need to take advice. Okay. I need.
You was on mute, Madam Mayor, so no one could hear you. Sorry, Councillor Evans.
Is there a seconder for the proposal?
Seconded, Madam Mayor. Councillor Golby.
Councillor Golby, thank you. Could you take a vote?
Cameras on.
Please?
Teams on as well.
Pardon? Sorry, Councillor Evans, did you say something?
No, I didn't. No.
Sorry, I thought I heard you speak. Simone, do you want to take a vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, if you could please indicate for or against the motion that's just been moved by Councillor Evans. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Ghislaine.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran,
4.
Councillor Gutteridge,
4.
Councillor Hancox,
Against.
Councillor Hocking,
Against.
Councillor Jackson,
Against.
Councillor Condacor,
4.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash, I don't believe is in the meeting still. Councillor Lloyd,
Against.
Councillor Longdon,
Against. Getting ridiculous now.
Councillor Pandair,
4.
Councillor Phillips,
Against.
Councillor Pomfret,
Against.
Councillor Rudkin, Councillor Rudkin,
Against.
Councillor A Sargent,
4.
Councillor J Sargent,
4.
Councillor J Shepherd,
Against.
Councillor T Shepherd,
Against.
Councillor Smith,
4.
Councillor Tandy,
Against.
Councillor Tromans,
4.
Councillor Walmsley,
4.
Councillor Watkins,
Against. Against.
Councillor Wilson,
4.
that's lost 17-16, Madam Mayor.
The proposal is lost 16 votes to 17. I have a second point of order from Councillor Gisane. In accordance with the Council's constitution, virtual meeting protocols, I wish to request that the Mayor considers contacting Councillor Llewellyn Nash before proceeding with the rest of the meeting. I don't think it's up to me to see if Councillor Llewellyn Nash is attending the meeting. Mr. Richardson, do you wish to ask an officer to do so? We haven't had any contact from from anyone to tell us that Councillor Llewellyn Nash has joining problems. Is anyone aware if that is the case?
I haven't been advised, Madam Mayor, that she's got joining issues. I haven't heard from her.
Well, just to be on the safe side, could you try contacting her, please, Rebecca?
Yes, of course.
You have your hand up again, Councillor Evans.
Yes, I can just offer an explanation if you like, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, Councillor Llewellyn Nash currently works in a hospital and wasn't able to finish work until 6 o'clock. But I understand that Councillor Llewellyn Nash intends to join the meeting at some point in the next few minutes when she gets back from work.
Thank you for that information, Councillor Evans. Rebecca, it seems that you may not need to contact Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Thank you. Right, moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the special urgency report, and the following decisions have been made under special urgency arrangements: A, the future of the High Streets Fund, and B, the COVID business grant schemes. Does anyone wish to raise any questions? There will be no debate, just questions. Councillor Condaka.
Just a quick one about the business rate grant schemes. Do these schemes automatically give you an acknowledgement when an application is made? Because considering the email problems there has been from some email clients. I think it's important that we make sure that none of these grant applications are lost and that people are getting acknowledgements. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, are you able to answer that point?
Councillor Condacor, I will ensure you get a written reply to your question as soon as is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8, which is the Cabinet report. Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I am delighted to present the report of Cabinet this evening. If there are any questions, my colleagues and I are more than happy to answer them. In light of the amount of business we have on the agenda tonight, I won't read through the report in greater detail. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Condalker.
Thank you very much. At the Cabinet meeting on the 3rd of March, we discussed the preventing homelessness policy, but that policy was failed to be attached to the agenda, so none of us were able to read it, and it demonstrates actually that the public don't actually have a chance to read sometimes the reports that are actually voted on. Can the Cabinet member reassure me that the Cabinet had read the report, and can you clarify what the situation is in adopting a report that wasn't actually published? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condalker. Councillor Jackson.
Can I refer the question to Councillor Watkins, please?
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was a mistake that the report wasn't attached. It was sent the very next day to all members. If you still haven't received it, Councillor Connachor, let me know, and I'll make sure that I personally send it to you. But we have all read the report and can't see any problems with it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I have 2 questions in relation to the Cabinet meeting on the 9th of December, both to the Leader of the Council, and I have 2 questions in relation to the Cabinet meeting on the 13th of January, one to Councillor Lloyd and one to Councillor Beaumont. Madam Mayor, if it's okay with yourself, I'll do the 2 to the Leader in regards to the 9th of December meeting first. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Madam Mayor, the Leader will know that Bedworth is known as the town that never forgets. And without prejudice to any planning application that may come in, would the Leader agree that this new permanent peace podium would further enhance the aims and objectives of the Bedworth Armistice Committee and Bedworth's reputation locally, nationally and internationally? Do you want me to do the second question straight off, or?
Yes, please, and then Councillor Jackson will respond to both our questions.
Okay, the second question to the Leader of the Council is in regard to item 2F. Can the Leader of the Council confirm this Council's commitment to a future bid for funding to invest in Bedworth Town Centre? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Then I have 2 questions for 13th of January.
I'll bring you back after Councillor Jackson has answered your first 2 questions. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hancock, for your question. You quite rightly state that Bedworth is the town that is known as never forgetting, and that is something that I'm sure this council is as proud of as our residents are as well. Absolutely would agree that this has the potential for really enhancing the objectives of not only Bedworth Armistice Committee, but Bedworth more generally, and dare I say the borough too. In regard to the second question, Madam Mayor, I'm on record as saying this council is committed, should there be a second round of the Future High Streets Fund, to submit an appropriate application in regard to Bedworth Town Centre. Indeed, Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council already set aside £100,000 as a pump priming amount of money to begin exploration of the regeneration of Bedworth. We've committed £10,000 thus far to gather some evidence. I would be really keen that Warwickshire County Council sought to match fund that. But yes, Councillor Hancock's, this council has every intention of submitting a bid as and when we are able to. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Hancock, you wanted to ask a further question.
Yeah, I've got two questions, Madam Mayor. One to Councillor Lloyd and one to Councillor Beaumont. The first question to Councillor Lloyd in regard to the meeting on the 13th of January, Cabinet meeting, and section A, it's the leisure development update. Madam Mayor, having been contacted by a number of Bedworth residents and users of the Bedworth Leisure Centre, could I ask Councillor Lloyd about this council's commitment to building a new physical activity hub, i.e. leisure centre, in Bedworth? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hancock, for your question. Yes, I can confirm that we are committed to building a new wet centre and physical activity hub at Bedworth. Bedworth has been made a priority. The reasons it's been made a priority is because of the age of the swimming pool. You know, it was built in the 70s and it's becoming, it's coming to the end of its life. And so I can confirm that we have put 1.16 million aside to work on the leisure strategy and development of new facilities in with the town, and I'll be covering that later on in the budget as well.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Your fourth question, Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your patience. In regards to section C, could I ask Councillor Beaumont, does Councillor Beaumont agree that now is the time to include, and it's following the representations that we've had from the old Collycroft Residents Association, that the formal area of Bailey Park, to include it in our borough-wide dog control public space protection orders? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Beaumont.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hancock. The dog control public space protection order actually does include the area that you mentioned there, and it is out to consultation, which will result in the inclusion, hopefully, as long as there's no other residents who want to oppose such a plan, include that public space. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. Councillor Evans.
Right. Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have four questions. I've got two to the portfolio holder for arts and leisure, so I'll do those two first, and with your permission, I'll come back to my other two. In relation to item 9A, the Bedworth Armitage Committee, I very much welcome the decision that was agreed by Cabinet to provide the piece of land just outside of the Miners Welfare Park for the committee to erect its new peace podium. And just out of curiosity, really, I just wondered if the council has been informed when the committee is likely to submit its formal planning application to the council to consider. And my other question is in relation to the leisure strategy, and I absolutely agree with the comments he's made about Bedworth. It absolutely has to be treated as a priority. There's a lot of emphasis in the report about section 106 contributions, and my question is, how confident is he that we will be able to secure those 106 contributions to deliver our strategy? Thank you.
Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Evans. Yeah, on the planning consent for the or planning application being put in for the Armistice Parade? No, I don't know. When they put the planning application in, I'm sure it'll be dealt with in the normal fashion. Reference to the leisure strategy. Well, all I can say, Councillor, is there is a programme that is, if you sit on planning, you've seen many developments that are going to be contributing, and I say contributing, to the leisure strategy as a whole. And as that funding comes in, it will be put to the relevant areas of that leisure strategy. And it's as simple as that. And yes, if they want to build houses, I'm confident the money will come in.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Evans, before I bring you back, could I just say that Councillor Llewellyn Nash has now joined the meeting. Welcome to the meeting, Councillor. Councillor Evans, you have further questions?
Yeah, two more questions, Madam Mayor. My third is to the portfolio holder for planning in relation to item 9D, which is consultation on planning policy documents. Obviously, that does mention the supplementary planning documents. And Councillor Beaumont, we're seeing a lot of planning applications being submitted on the local plan allocations where what developers are submitting just don't match up to what's identified in the supplementary planning documents and the concept plans. So I wanted to ask, what is it that the planning department does to encourage planning developers to submit their applications in accordance with our concept plans, and inevitably what measures does it take to enforce the SPDs and concept plans?
Councillor Beaumont.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Evans. You're asking a question which requires a detailed answer. I will have to consult with the planning officers and produce a written response to your question. But I would point out that we have had issued from the planning department an appraisal of what concept plans are and the strength in legal terms of the matters within a concept plan. The outcome has several measures to meet, and those measures can be slightly contradictory between one set of concept plans and another set of maybe design guides or any other issues which arise out of the national planning and whatever. So I'll try and get a good written response to you for that very question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. You have a further question, Councillor Evans?
Yeah, just one more question, Madam Mayor, and it's to the Leader of the Council in relation to, well, two items really, I suppose, the West Midlands Combined Authority and the draft budget. There's a commitment in Labour's draft manifesto to put Nuneaton and Bedworth into the West Midlands Transport Authority, and due to the fact that the Labour group at Warwickshire County Council didn't include that within their budget, are we likely to see an amendment to her budget this evening to include that? Because that is a commitment that you've promised, and I would like to see how you intend to fund that financially.
Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I think I'm on record of advising Councillor Evans previously that transport matters are determined by Warwickshire County Council, and it is for Warwickshire County Council to make a commitment in regard to funding. What this council is on record as saying, Madam Mayor, is that we will lobby Warwickshire County Council in that regard, and that is something we have consistently done. Thank you for Councillor Evans' question, and I presume that he will follow this through with colleagues at Warwickshire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Cabinet on the 9th of December, the adult changing places briefing note that was supposed to be brought to Cabinet didn't materialise. We didn't have it delivered, and there was no officer or OSC representation other than myself, certainly not the leader of the OSC, to discuss what was being presented to Cabinet. As such, there was a decision to defer the report or defer the briefing note, and I actually rewatched the video today and I took a note of what was said. So it was actually Councillor Jackson that said they should defer the item. It should be brought back as an urgent report to the next Cabinet. So there can be a clear understanding of what Cabinet is being asked to do. We've had 3 cabinets since then, and no adult changing spaces, briefing note or report. Can I ask the leader of the council what is being done about getting this report to Cabinet for open discussion at the following full council? Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Golby is quite right in that we did ask for an urgent report to come back to a future Cabinet. I am more than happy, officers are in attendance at this meeting, to request that that comes back urgently. I would have liked it myself before now, but we have had some very, very busy Cabinet meetings, but I will endeavour to get the report to a Cabinet meeting in the very near future, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kondaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is my last question for Councillor Shepherd. Based upon the 3rd of February, the materials recycling facility was discussed in a private session of Cabinet, but I wanted to mention again the need to have proper education and promotional activities around these new facilities. This is going to be a multi-million-pound recycling plant, and it is a total waste of our £4 million and all the others council's money if it's not used properly. So I do hope that Councillor Jill Shepherd is chasing the partnership who's up behind the recycling plant to make sure there's a massive budget for education when it opens. This is a 25-year project, so obviously investing in year 1 is really good then to get the maximum return, and the operator's ability to pay back the loan is dependent upon the value of recycling generated. So I can't emphasise enough how important it is. So can Councillor Shepherd tell me about the education facilities and promotional activity? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jill Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies for no camera. In regard to Councillor Condacourt's question, I've been in conversation with Mr Davis in regard to education and making sure that it's a high priority of the board moving forward, and the board that will sit underneath it. So can I assure you, Councillor Condacourt, that yes, education is most important. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I don't have any more people wanting to ask questions, so I will move on to agenda 9, which is the election of the mayor and deputy mayor. Do I have any proposals for mayor for 2021-22? Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, can I propose Councillor Bill Hancock's be nominated for the office of mayor for the next municipal year?
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Hancock?
Seconded, Madam Mayor. Councillor Lloyd.
Are there any further nominations? Oh, sorry, Councillor Jane Sargent.
I would like to nominate Councillor Andy Sargent for mayor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Andy Sargent?
Yeah, I'll second that, Mayor.
I would happy second that as well.
Sorry.
Sorry, Keith.
Who seconded? Sorry. Councillor
Gazane. Yeah, okay.
Seconded Councillor Andy Sargent. Are there any further nominations? Oh, sorry, Councillor Golby.
I'd like to propose Councillor Rob Tromans.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Tromans?
I'd like to second that, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Thank you. We have 3 proposals for Mayor and Deputy Mayor. The procedure for agreeing which of the 3 is successful. Simone will call out your names individually, and you will name the person that you wish to be Mayor of the Borough 21-22. So could you start from the top, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Hancock's for Mayor.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Croft.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Deffin.
Councillor Hancock.
Councillor Dougherty.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Elliott.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Evans.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Gazane.
Councillor Tromans. Oh no, sorry, Simone. Can I say it again? Sorry, I don't know why I said that.
Councillor Gazane.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I don't know why I said that. Councillor Sargent, please.
Councillor Glass.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Gran.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Councillor Robert Tromans.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Hancock's, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hocking.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Condacore.
Definitely Councillor Andy Sargent.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Councillor Rob Tromans.
Councillor Lloyd.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Longdon.
Councillor Hancock.
Councillor Pandare.
Councillor Rob Drummond.
Councillor Phillips.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Pomfret.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Rudkin.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Councillor Andy Sargent.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Tundy.
Councillor Hancock's.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Walmsley.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Watkins.
Councillor Hancock's.
And Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Tromans.
That vote was carried in favour of Councillor Hancock's. Could I move on to the nominations for the office of Deputy Mayor for 21-22, please? Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I move Councillor John Beaumont? Thank you.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Beaumont?
Yes, Madam Mayor, second Councillor Beaumont.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations? I can see Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I propose Councillor Claire Golby? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Golby?
Happy to second that, Madam Mayor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. And are there any further nominations?
Can I nominate Andy Sargent again?
Yes, Councillor Andy Sargent. Yes. Is there a seconder for Councillor Sargent? Andy Sargent.
I'll second that. I'll second that, Madam Mayor. Jane Sargent.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations? I've got hands from Councillors Golby and Tromans. Did you wish to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So I have 3 nominations for Deputy Mayor, Councillors Beaumont, Golby and Andy Sargent. Simone, could you take a vote, please?
If you could please indicate which of the nominees you wish to support. Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Croft.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Daffin.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Doughty.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Elliott.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Evans.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Gazane.
Councillor Sargent.
Councillor Glass.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Golby. Councillor Golby, I think you're muted.
Myself, Councillor Golby.
Councillor Gran.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Councillor Claire Golby.
Councillor Hancox.
Councillor Beaumont, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hocking.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Jackson.
Councillor John Beaumont.
Councillor Condacore.
Councillor Andrew Sargent.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Lloyd.
Councillor John Beaumont.
Councillor Longdon.
Councillor John Beaumont.
Councillor Pandare.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Phillips.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Pomfret.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Rudkin.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Councillor Andrew Sargent.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Tandy.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Walmsley.
Councillor Golby.
Councillor Watkins.
Councillor Beaumont.
Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Golby.
The vote was carried for Councillor Beaumont. Moving on to agenda item 10, which is the membership of the External Overview and Scrutiny Panel. You'll see from the papers that Councillor Shepherd, Tracy Shepherd, has been replaced by Councillor Phillips as a member of the External Overview and Scrutiny Panel. And there was an addendum in the relation to the fact that Councillor Llewellyn Nash was missed off the original committee list, and that has now been amended and she is now on there. So is there any, excuse me, is there any dissent to either of those proposals? I see no dissent, so they are carried. In line with my comments earlier in relation to a comfort break, I'm now going to call adjourn the meeting for a comfort break. We will resume at 7:15. Thank you. straight on to the agenda item 11, starting with 11A. Councillor Jackson, could I invite you to move the recommendations from Cabinet on the Council's budget and capital programme for 2021-22?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I begin by thanking officers of this council, both within finance and further afield. The last year has been a very difficult one for so many, as COVID-19 has been such a tremendous challenge. During this time, though, many have stepped up, both locally and nationally, to provide much needed support. To doctors, nurses, cleaners, our refuse workforce, those distributing grants, those community champions volunteering so much time, and to so many more, a huge thank you. We will not forget the contributions you have made for us all. Indeed, as a council, we are already looking at further ways to say thank you in recognition of this humbling and enormous effort. On the horizon, we see a brighter future as vaccinations roll out further, with the hope that our community can recover quickly and our economy rebalance. It is, Madam Mayor, against this backdrop that we come to set our budget this evening. The council, like those up and down the country, has seen its finances ravaged by the impact of a global pandemic. Initially, we were advised to do whatever it takes, and we would be supported. While grateful for the grants government has bestowed, I sadly must inform Council tonight that the shortfalls have continued. Government didn't do all that was needed financially, but as always, Labour will propose a budget that meets our community's aspirations, one that will continue to provide a high level of service for the lowest average council tax in Warwickshire. Prudent and ambitious. Indeed, as we set our budget tonight, Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council will take the smallest proportion of the total council tax bill to our residents. We have a track record, Madam Mayor, of securing investment. Our Transforming Nuneaton programme has £900,000 from the Coventry and Warwickshire Local Enterprise Partnership for further works on the co-op. Over £13 million in principle from the Future High Streets Fund, and a further bid submitted to the Towns Fund. We will continue to work in effective partnerships with people like the County Council to bring about that regeneration of our town centres that is even more important as we seek to rebuild, repurpose and make fit for the future. I challenge the County Council to match fund the monies we've set aside to pump prime the regeneration of Bedworth too. Labour put money aside last year, set up the Transforming Bedworth Working Group, and the Council is now gathering evidence that will help us to put in a future bid to any second round of the Future High Streets Fund. We have also attracted some large employers to the area, as well as monies from the West Midlands Combined Authority to enhance skills-based training at Camp Hill. We see free Wi-Fi both in Nuneaton and Bedworth, 16 high-quality car parks meeting the highest national standards. And let's not forget, alongside this, our outstanding leisure facilities, some 68 play areas, 4 skate parks, 3 BMX sites, the Civic Hall, a museum offering an extensive range of high-quality exhibitions and educational programmes. More, though, to come. We are not standing still. We will constantly improve to make sure we meet our community's expectations with new, high-quality leisure facilities built in consultation with the public. This year, we have also seen the opening of a new high-quality hostel for the increasing numbers of homeless residents in our borough, built by utilising redundant office space and still opening despite the pandemic and all the difficulties that created. We have seen increased recycling rates in our borough, and we have a clear strategy to improve the cleanliness of our streets, tackle fly tipping and littering. Labour will build on this proven track record and seek a modest increase in the precept on a Band D property of £5 per year. This will mean over 80% of properties will pay considerably less than that. We have taken a prudent approach to filling vacancies, have cut spending on conference attendance and decreased spending on elected members. We are also looking at purchasing properties to mitigate further the increased homelessness costs. And our community company, NABSAL, will make over £500,000 to assist the council, and where possible, we will make savings when renewing contracts. Car parking. Madam Mayor, I will not dodge this issue. The Cabinet has made it very clear that once we come out of what was Tier 3, we will consider concessions. I, though, make no apology that this should not be done during a national lockdown. Clearly, the instruction is to stay at home, and we should be encouraging this. This year also sees us introduce a climate change budget, ensuring we have a clear commitment to tackling this emergency alongside the economic recovery. We will not just talk about this, we will take action. So, Madam Mayor, a budget brimming with ideas, a budget looking to our community's future, a budget that will not sacrifice long-term stability. I am happy to present this to Council this evening, clear that it sets a framework for continuing success, that builds on the achievements of the past, and above all, a budget that not only speaks, but delivers for our community's aspirations. Labour clearly knows the value of public service, the value of community involvement, and the added value that councils can make. Labour will not apologise for talking up our borough rather than talking it down. Labour will not apologise for investing in high quality facilities. Labour will not apologise for seeking to attract further investment we need. I commend this budget to Council, a budget delivering for us all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Is there a seconder for Councillor Jackson's proposal?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Lloyd, can I second the proposal, and can I also reserve my right to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Condacor, I saw something on chat. You've got your hand up. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought this was a good time to introduce our amendment. Both myself and Andrew Sargent have been talking about litter bins, and our residents are really keen to have more litter bins. So the easiest way of doing it is actually to produce an amendment to the Labour budget. Obviously, the same amendment can be applied in half to the Tory budget, and the amendment is in the chat, and I believe councillors have been emailed the full document from Simone today. It basically comes in two parts. The first part is we want a step change in litter bins and things like that. We've always been told every time we want to put a new litter bin in, we've got to take an old one out. And clearly we've got more and more people around the borough, particularly during COVID, and an ever increasing population, that we need to step change in the size of our litter bins and cleansing. And so rather than rob Peter and pay Paul and all this stuff, explicitly, item A, 13,600 for an average of 2 litter bins per ward in this municipal year coming up. to be funded by the savings from the mayor's car, which obviously won't be running in this municipal year. And obviously this can be repeated going forward year after year if we've got funds available to gradually replace, enlarge and focus on litter. Residents are forever telling us about litter, and lots of residents are doing cleanups on their own. It's obviously difficult during COVID, but litter is a massive thing, and it is not millions and millions of pounds of work. It is just putting the infrastructure in and putting the enforcement in. We also have a problem with enforcement, obviously, and we hope the council will work a lot harder to get litter enforced. The second thing is about parking. Our town centres are really, really quiet after 3 p.m. And with all the development work going on, we will actually lose some car parking spaces while Abbey Street and Vickery Street are redeveloped. And yet we've got empty car parking after 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So we clearly put forward a proposal to offer free car parking after 3 p.m. As part of the additional restrictions grant. This is clearly very targeted because the late afternoons, the car parks are already mostly empty. So it's a well thought out thing. And I've obviously got some stick about talking about free car parking as a green, but I actually want to level the peak, actually reduce the amount of people all trying to get in town at 11 in the morning and actually try and get the retailers in the town busier at 3 in the afternoon. So I don't think this will have a massive negative environmental impact. In fact, it should mean we actually use less car parking spaces overall if we use them more sensibly. And I say the first part of this amendment can also be applied if the Conservative motion, which we see later, gets passed. And so I commend this to the council and hope you'll actually seriously consider it as a group. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. Is there a seconder for Councillor Condicor's proposal, please?
Yes, it's Councillor Sargent. I second it. Can I speak now?
If you choose to, yes, Councillor Sargent.
Okay. I don't want to start with the sentence that I want to talk rubbish, but what I've found as a councillor, especially in the last sort of couple of years, is a lot of people about litter bins or the lack of litter bins, or where they've been taken out, they're not replaced. And I'm sure most councillors have had conversations with their residents about similar kind of things. It's noticeable recently, or since COVID started anyway, that more people are walking. And I did do a little bit of to try and get people to say, well, okay, if the litter bin's full or you've got some rubbish, why don't you take it home? And some people actually responded to that, but quite a lot of people, if they've got a lot of rubbish or they've got a dog poo bag or whatever, they don't want to carry it around with them. So better or more strategically placed bins would be a big benefit for every ward, so 2 bins per ward in the next year. The parking, some people have said to me, well, during COVID, you're encouraging people to go to after 3 o'clock, which could make it more difficult to social distance. Personally, I don't think that would happen, because I think if you're going to go into the town and you regularly want to go in the morning, I think you'll just go. For me, what I'm thinking of is that the kids, when they finish school, they might go in when the cafe's open, etc., and go and have their tea. And if you think about it, if it's free from 3 p.m, normally it would be free from 6 p.m. in the evening. If you go there at 2 or just after 2, it would be £1 for the rest of the day. And if you went there at 1, it would be £1.80 for the rest of the day. So, somebody, that kind of reduces the cost, doesn't it? And what it does is it encourages people to stay in the town longer, because they've got a social distance. So I think it's a good idea to have the free car parking in the afternoon. Okay, that's what I say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sargent. Does anyone wish to speak on Councillor Kondakar's amendment? In that case, I need to go to the vote on the amendments, and it has to be a recorded vote. Simone, could you take the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you could please indicate for or against the amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
In favour, 4.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Or
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
And Councillor Wilson.
Against.
That amendment's lost, Madam Mayor.
The amendment was lost. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe that my alternative proposals, which I will be talking to tonight, have been pre-circulated. I sent them last night, so everyone should be able to see them. First of all, I'd like to thank the finance officers for all the work that they have done. They have done so in increasingly difficult and moving times. The last time I moved a budget proposal, Madam Mayor, seems like a different world. February 2020 was the last time that we were all together in the chamber debating our priorities for where the council spends its money. At that time, coronavirus was a distant event in China and an item of interest in the news. Few of us could have foreseen the devastating impact this terrible disease would have worldwide, and right home here in Nuneaton and Bedworth. Everyone has been touched in some way by COVID, and far too many have been taken from loved ones far too soon. This disease does not discriminate, and its impact has been far and wide in our borough. To all our key workers, both in the council and the community, on behalf of the Conservatives, I thank you for all your dedication and service. In a time when the word hero is bandied about far too often, we have many genuine heroes out there in our community, working tirelessly to make our borough a better place. And it is against this backdrop of COVID that I move our alternative budget proposals, Madam Mayor. For as we hopefully start to emerge from its shadow, we need a council that truly has the vision, ambition and aspiration to move our borough forward. We need a council that can see us through recovery and to a brighter future. Unfortunately, the Labour budget presents none of the hope that we need to get us through the hard days ahead. Despite the COVID restrictions, we have listened to what residents and businesses have said that they want and need. They need a council that supports our businesses. They need a council that backs our town centres, and they need a council that helps our market traders. The Conservative government has put unprecedented amounts of money into our borough to help with the recovery. We have had almost £3.8 million of funding for businesses in Nuneaton and Bedworth through the additional restrictions grant, but to date have barely spent £600,000. They aren't my figures. They were in the Cabinet report last week. The figures speak for themselves. Last December, we put forward a Christmas stimulus package for our town centres to help them survive. Labour savagely voted this down without a care for the impact it would have on the businesses affected, and residents and businesses alike roundly condemned their indifference and inaction that night. My inbox was flooded with residents and traders angry at the lack of support shown by Labour. Yet again, in the budget before us tonight, there is a staggering lack of support for our towns and businesses. Therefore, tonight, we are proposing the biggest stimulus package for Nuneaton and Bedworth business that our borough has ever seen, clearly demonstrating that it is only the Conservatives who are on the side of shoppers, business owners and traders, showing that we are supporting people through recovery and giving our towns and businesses a chance at a brighter future. We are proposing 3 hours for £1 parking for 21-22, free parking in December and January, free market rates for our regular market traders for 21-22, and half price for casual traders, £100,000 shopfront enhancement scheme for small businesses to make improvements to their property, and deep cleans of all 3 town centres twice a year. Any councillor voting against this comprehensive stimulus package is voting against putting more money back into the pockets of shoppers, voting against supporting businesses coming out of lockdown, voting against protecting our residents' jobs, voting against backing our market traders at a time when they need us the most, when so many of them have spent years backing our towns, voting against helping shopkeepers and businesses improve their businesses, and voting against taking pride in our town centres once again. Even before COVID, our town centres were struggling under the current Labour administration. Now more than ever, they need us to step up to the plate and back them all the way. Another key theme of our budget is safety and security. Under the Conservative budget, we will invest in another 12 Nomad cameras to tackle antisocial behaviour across our borough. As we emerge from lockdown and things start to return to normal, we need to ensure that we have the resources to ensure that residents can enjoy their regained freedom in peace. All of us as councillors have experienced the need for mobile cameras in our wards, and the reality is that there is likely to see an increased need for this moving forward. It is only the Conservatives who, yet again, are planning for the future and putting residents' needs first. And we will invest in 6 additional fly tipping cameras to deter and, where possible, prosecute illegal fly tipping in our borough. Lockdown has seen an increase in this antisocial behaviour across Nuneaton and Bedworth, and we will provide the tools to tackle the job with the offenders who are blighting our borough with their illegal actions. The options before us, Madam Mayor, are clear. Council can vote with the Labour budget tonight, which offers nothing extra to the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth, save a continued managed decline of our borough that we have come to expect from the party opposite. Or we can vote for the Conservative budget, which has the vision, ambition and aspiration that our borough needs to see us through COVID, get a grip of the recovery and lay the foundations for our future. The Conservative budget that deters crime, protects jobs, supports business, backs market traders, encourages shoppers and promotes civic pride. I commend the Conservative budget to full council tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is that a seconder for Councillor Wilson's budget?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor, and with your permission, can I speak now?
If you wish to, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to second the shadow budget proposals because it's a real programme for recovery, for regeneration and for revival in our borough. It's recovery from the pandemic and the economic crisis to protect jobs and restore prosperity. It's regeneration in our town centres to restore them to greatness and to actually give them a future. And it's revival of civic pride in our borough, making it cleaner and safer for our residents. And it does this while cutting the cost of politics and lowering the burdens on the people. Now, thanks to our vaccination programme, 2021 is going to be the year that Britain starts to recover, not only from the pandemic, but the worst economic crisis this country has faced since the Great Depression. And as we do that, all levels of government are going to have to step up and play their part in the economic recovery, which for the borough means proactive stimulus policies to bring customers back into our town centres, of the kind rejected by the Labour Party last December. Now, the Conservative government has provided nearly £4 million in additional restrictions grant to support businesses. So let's be proactive. Let's make the most of it. So that's why our shadow budget cuts car parking charges to 3 hours for £1, and for December and January has free parking completely. Now, our town centres are the heart of our local economy, and to keep them going, we need footfall, and we need a lot more of it when it's safe to do so. So the only way to do that is to provide the proper incentives. The laws of economics and the laws of common sense tell you that when you want less of something, you tax it. And the reverse is true. Whenever we've raised charges, I keep saying this, footfall and revenue have fallen. So we've budgeted to cut charges to entice shoppers back into the town. And by cutting it completely over Christmas, we can make sure that the business gets that boost, that income boost that they should have had last year, but they didn't. Now, this will help all of our businesses, because when you get more consumer spending and more cash flowing around the economy, that will create more jobs, and it creates a virtuous circle of economic recovery. That's good economic policy. It's not just cash handouts, but real incentives for shoppers to come and spend. And as well as that, our market traders, specifically our market traders, need extra support because their margins are so fine, and because they've been particularly badly hit by the pandemic restrictions. It's quite hard for them to deliver. That we've put in extra support for them. And as our high street offer changes, as the retail market changes, we are going to have to rely more than ever on a strong market to get the punters in. So that's why we've put extra support in for market traders with a rent break for the whole financial year. But the shadow budget isn't just about economic recovery, it's about the long-term regeneration of our town centres. Now, we've already committed to the Transforming Nuneaton and the Transforming Bedworth projects. It was interesting to hear them referred to as our Transforming Nuneaton project, in partnership with our friends at the County Council. But we need to ensure that that regeneration touches all parts of our town centres. So that's why we've put in £100,000 for our shopfront enhancement scheme for all of our town centre businesses, so that we can begin the regeneration immediately. That scheme not only gives further cash assistance to businesses, but it lets them take the lead, just like they would with the business improvement in district, which hopefully one day we will have. And not only that, it takes steps to finally improve the visual amenities in our town centres. Because in the long term, whatever our retail offer is, we're only going to get more customers in by showing off our heritage and by having beautiful and attractive town centres to bring people in. And Madam Mayor, any regeneration project can't be considered in isolation. It has to be accompanied by a project of reviving civic pride across our borough. So that's why we're going to clean up Nuneaton and Bedworth and Bulkington too, with deep cleans of the town centre twice yearly. And we're going to put in 6 cameras to tackle fly tipping. And not only that, we want to revive, as part of that programme, public safety and a feeling of security for our residents. So that's why we've included the 12 Nomad cameras to tackle ASB, and an English language and a safeguarding test for our taxi drivers, so our residents have greater confidence when they're out and about, and they have a greater sense of security. So they won't just be living in a borough that's regenerated, it will be cleaner and it will be safer. And Madam Mayor, in all of this, the shadow budget seeks to reduce the burdens on the people. We've budgeted for less council tax than the socialist budget, because we believe that taxation is for revenue. We should not be taking more from the people than we actually need. We need to put our own house in order first, so that's why we're reducing the mayoralty budget. Apologies, Madam Mayor. We're reducing councillor allowances for the committee chairs, and we'll be cutting back office functions instead of putting tax up by the full amount that we're allowed to. So, Madam Mayor, our shadow budget points the way to a brighter future for all of our residents. Our stimulus policies for market traders and parking charges will break the cycle of economic decline and bring economic recovery. Our policies of regeneration will lay the foundation for the... I'm just wrapping up. I shall finish shortly. Our policies of reviving civic pride will make our communities cleaner and safer, and all of these reduce the burdens on the taxpayer. So that's the purpose of the Conservative group, Madam Mayor. That's the future of revival we have for the town, and it can begin tonight if members support this budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. I would remind members that you are allowed 5 minutes when speaking. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would like to speak in favour of the amendment proposed by Councillor Wilson. And before I do, I think it's important to remember that actually, unlike the Labour group, this side of the chamber has actually consulted with local people beforehand, and we've actually gone out there and we've asked people what they want in the budget, and it's therefore a budget that speaks up for the people and delivers on the people's priorities. There's two distinct areas that residents are concerned about, and the first is absolutely the future of our town centres post-COVID. It's why I welcome that we are supporting market traders. We're going to slash their rents by 50%. We're going to provide free parking in December and January. We're going to slash car parking charges down to £1 for 3 hours. And we're going to support businesses by offering grants to support shopfront enhancements. We need a budget this evening to go through this council that promotes the borough, that invests in the borough, and it makes sure that our town centres actually have a future when this pandemic comes to an end, touch wood, in the coming months. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything in the Labour proposal that actually provides or even offers anything to residents, but this budget does. This is an alternative budget that very much speaks up for local residents and delivers what businesses have requested for. Councillor Croft is right. It is common sense. If you reduce parking charges, you get more people into the town centre, and post-COVID, that is exactly what we need. Fly tipping is a massive issue in this borough, particularly for those of us who represent semi-rural wards. I represent a ward where actually half of the land is rural, and about half of my casework is about fly tipping. What we actually need to do is we need to do what North Warwickshire Borough Council have done. We need to get more cameras fitted in the fly tipping hotspot so we can take action against those individuals who wish to fly tip on our land. And by investing in these cameras, we can actually then potentially bring in a revenue for the council, because under our public space protection orders, we can of course fine people for fly tipping. So yes, and the other thing, as vice chair of the licensing committee, I absolutely support the introduction for safeguarding tests and English tests for our taxi drivers. I think that's something that will very much promote community safety in the borough. So I absolutely support this budget. It's a budget that actually has a long-term vision for the borough. We've consulted with people with what they want, and this is what we've been told, and this is what we've presented. As a low tax Conservative, I believe it's only right that we as a council charge people the very minimum, and we're only increasing council tax by a minimal amount in comparison to Labour's full increase. And of course we're reducing charges across council areas such as car parking charges. So I absolutely support this amendment, and I hope that members across the council support it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I want to point and to thank colleagues for their preparation of this budget. They've done a very good job in tough circumstances, and particularly my thanks to Councillor to Councillor Wilson, who has been particularly put a lot of time and effort into this alongside officers. What I'd like to start is by actually the point for me is council tax, and what I like about the alternative being put forward by colleagues this evening is that actually it shows that the choice to increase council tax by as much as the Labour group are doing and proposing in theirs is a choice. It is not a necessity. Let's make that clear. This is a choice, a policy decision, and not a necessity, because what we have here is a budget which clearly shows that we are able to put through fully costed, fully funded budget that meets and exceeds the needs of the residents of our borough without going for the full Labour council tax increase. That is on top of the other measures, the wonderful measures, the stimulus packages that we've been able to bring forwards, the likes of which are not seen by other parties. Let's turn first of all to our car parking proposals. 3 hours for £1 for an entire financial year. That is absolutely right, because what we're doing is it's an approach. It supports our town centres. It supports those who work and trade in our town centres, and it supports our residents, the hard-pressed motorists. And it is part of a policy that I very welcome from the Conservative Party generally, to ending the war on motorists and taking with things government's done, including fuel duty freezes. Will absolutely continue to do that, and I'm glad that we're able to do something on that position locally. And added to that, the busiest times of the year, December and January, as people normally are going out for their Christmas shopping and normally going out for those New Year sales, the New Year bargains that we all like to try and achieve, will also be able to benefit from free parking completely. So that to me is another win-win. We're helping people get even more business at the busiest point and their busiest times of the year. In addition to that, recognising not just COVID, but actually something that I've been looking for a long time, moving on to our deep clean policy. Because let's be honest, what is the point of a town centre if it's not when you arrive? We've done all these wonderful things to stimulate people coming into our towns to spend their hard-earned money, to support our businesses, to support families and jobs. But then you get there and the towns look a state, they look a mess. Deep cleaning and a wonderful grant provision to help small shopkeepers to enhance and entice people through the front of their store are an absolute welcome package to add. In addition, I think actually we should be looking at internally for our savings. We should be looking at what the council can do and what we can all do to tighten our budgets. Now, having made the comments at the start about Councillor Wilson, I can attest that that Councillor Wilson probably is, I would suggest, one of probably the hardest working councillor on this local authority, because he does absolutely everything and certainly does not get the sort of remuneration that you get as a cabinet member or also as an OSP chair. And that's why I think it's absolutely right that we look internally, we look at the councillor's remuneration, and we cut the pay to the level of for OSP and under the committee chairs to the same level as Councillor Wilson's leader of the opposition. Perhaps we can finally get rid of the wonderful, wonderful headline "Not" that is so great for our borough, a Britain's highest paid councillor. Furthermore, finally, moving on to two areas now. It's an area that I've spoken of before about free 12-month free rent for our regular market traders. Councillor Wilson has already said a lot on this, but very clearly what we have here is a particular businesses with small margins, many of whom have had to stop trading due to decisions of the local authority, even when they perhaps could have been trading. And it's absolutely right that we continue to try and support them. Finally, I make no apologies for trying to ensure that our licensing regimes for those that want to drive be licensed by us to absolutely pass tests, to safeguard our residents and to show a basic competency of the English language. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight before us, we have really two budgets. The Conservative one, which we're considering now, delivers more for less. The one we'll hear later gives less for more, takes more of people's money. And I think when we're looking at this, we need to remember there's no such thing as council money. There's only council taxpayers' money. And we as a council have a duty to take as little of that as possible. We need to have as low a council tax as we can realistically manage with. And that's what our budget does tonight. It's a budget without rehashing everything that's already been said. It's one that delivers more, as we've just heard, and it costs the council taxpayer less. By definition, it's therefore the better budget. It's also a listening budget because, as we've heard, we've consulted with people through surveys and pre-COVID through listening to what they had to say on the doorsteps. It responds to the things that they find important. And I would just like to touch on one of those items. We've heard about fly tipping. It's a real problem in all areas across the borough, but notably in some wards more than others. In my own ward in Exhall, which covers Exhall, Ash Green and Kersley, there are a number of fly tipping hotspots. And it's got to the point where I have, certain council officers' numbers almost on speed dial because I'm in touch with them so often to report another drop of fly tip rubbish. And residents rightly ask, why don't we have CCTV cameras in these places? And the response is that on this side of the chamber, we've regularly budgeted for that. But on the Labour side, they've regularly turned that down. So we can use those cameras to prevent fly tipping. There's no use putting signs up with pictures of cameras on them. They don't really deter people. What deters them is cameras in place, catching people doing it, tracing who's responsible for this, and then, as North Warwickshire Borough Council do, prosecuting them. It's something that we do rarely here and something we need to get better at. And we need the facilities to be able to do so. Our guys that go out there and clear up that mess, they do a fantastic job. But realistically, we can make their job so much easier by giving them better tools to do the job and preventing this from happening in the first place. So if for nothing else tonight, this budget, with the Conservative budget, with all its added bonuses to the Labour one, the fly tipping, the CCTV cameras alone is an excellent reason to vote for it. It will benefit so many in our town. It will stop the fly tipping that blights so many areas. And people are walking around now more. They notice this waste and they see it, and they want something done about it. So here we have a reason to do something about it. So, to be honest, whether you vote for it, I don't really expect that you will, but I hope that you do see this as being the better option on the night. After all, why would you vote for the worse option? The public wouldn't do that. Why do that tonight? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Condical.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll now comment on the Conservatives' amendment, or budget as they call it. It has a lot of merit in it. It has a lot of things I would want to do. And I've already asked the town centre's manager about the deep cleans, because clearly if we've got money sitting around from this recovery fund, we need a serious clean of all our town centres. They've been neglected, and they just need a massive amount of TLC. So totally support that. Totally support the support for the markets. One area I would really question is car parking. What we don't want to do is block up car parking with people staying there for a long while, taking up prime spaces in the car park. Your actual retailers want some turnover. They want new customers to come in, which is why we really focused on actually having free car parking when they're quiet. If you offer free car parking in December, it won't actually get you any more business in the town and could potentially get less business. The way to get better business is actually to offer parking when the car parks aren't full. When the car parks are full, you will not get more customers in and you'll just lose revenue. This Conservative budget is actually a disaster for the motorists in the end, because we're undermining the income stream that will pay for the replacement car parks. When we do the Abbey Street developments, when we do the Vicarage Street developments, how are you going to pay for car parks if you expect people to pay £1 for 3 hours? Yeah, you need to manage demand and be clever about how you do this stuff. I'm strongly against cuts to the museum. I mean, the museum has got to be a massive draw, as people aren't going on holiday abroad so much this summer, and we should actually be boosting the budget for the museum to actually bring people in and bring trade into Nuneaton. There's a whole lot of stuff in here that's some it's good, some it's bad, and I really don't understand why the Conservatives didn't support the idea of extra litter bins. Yeah, we clearly need to get litter down, and although it's only part of the solution, providing more litter bins needs to go in there. And I'd ask the Conservatives to consider accepting the first part of my amendment as a friendly amendment and actually include 34 more litter bins. We also have this idea of cutting staff. These backroom staff are the people who do a lot of the work about fly tipping. Staff are really, really hard working at the council at the moment as we get less and less of them. You can't just cut posts. We have this for enforcement officers for planning. The more posts you cut, the less well the council operates. So I'm minded to support it because the Labour budget does absolutely nothing, whereas there's a lot of good ideas in the Conservative budget, but unfortunately there are some horrors in there, and like the £29,000 charge on mobile homes. Yeah, that's just taxing some of the poorer people in our society. Why on earth we have this massive charge so that people can have free Christmas shopping? Yeah, it's about proportionality. And so, yes, we need to actually boost our economy in the town, but actually to charge people in mobile homes to pay for it, that really does seem very much expanding the inequalities in our borough. So I will listen to the debate and I may actually support the Conservative motion just because it has massive support for the market, but it really does have some horrors in there as well, particularly increasing the inequalities. Yeah, the only people who gain from this are the motorists, and yeah, we shouldn't attack motorists. We should be helping them like everyone else, but it really is a very lopsided budget. I think I'll leave it there, Madam Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. I think a lot of what of the good points have already been touched on tonight. I would like to cover some real differences, though. We listen to people, as Councillor Brown said, and as Councillor Wilson indicated. We've spoken to hundreds, thousands of people. We've spoken to traders. We've spoken to experts, and these people are telling us our town centre is really struggling. The Labour leader agrees. We all agree our town centres are struggling. I don't think we're in the luxurious position of being swamped by shoppers. That's not about to happen, and certainly not in the foreseeable future. So I think rather than telling people what to do, to just come into the town at a time that it suits somebody's idea of how to, push people around and order their lives, we should allow people to decide when do they want to come to our town centres and make it as easy for them to come here as possible and facilitate that. Make the car parking as competitive as possible, because we don't live in a vacuum. We don't live in some la-la world. We live in the real world where we have competition. We have competition from other towns, and we have competition from shopping centres, and we need to have a competitive offering. And it's not competitive to start telling people when and how you want them to come in, and you only want them to come in after 3 o'clock because it just suits you for some reason. And the traders do not want people to just be pushed in after 3 o'clock. I'm sorry, that's not correct. And you know, we have got a much more solid and sound budget by listening to the traders, by listening to the shop owners, and listening to what the public say. And I expect that things will go along party lines tonight, and that the Labour group will vote against this en bloc. But actually, we don't know what's going to happen in the forthcoming election, and it might just, if one of them abstain, if this gets through, do a lot of good between now and the time that either Labour re-picks up the reins again in late May, or there's a change of control. I think it would be a great step if somebody just said, you know what, actually, I'm not going to just go with the party dogma. I'm going to abstain and let this one go through, because the Conservative one is about putting more money into regenerating the town centre, cleaning things up. I mean, as far as bins go, I mean, I've championed getting bins done and swapped in my own ward and neighbouring wards. And I think, you know, now we know there's additional money available from what the leader said about the mayoral car. Great. You know, I can confidently, you know, predict that a Conservative administration, if we are fortunate enough to win that in May from the public, will be putting in a lot more money into refuse than just 2 bins per ward. So those things, you know, are taken for granted. You know, we've always done that. We're putting a lot of money in there about fly tipping, far more money, 10 times that amount of money in our budget. So our credentials are clear. We're just saying that ours is a more positive budget at a time when the town centre really, really does need a boost. And it would be great if everybody got behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Colby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm obviously going to speak in favour of this budget because I did have a hand in coming up with some of the things that's on it. I just need to address a couple of things that have been said previously, mainly the fees and charges on mobile homes. We're actually still below market value, and that has been confirmed in previous years that our charges are not. We are still lower than other areas that are charging for the same thing. And also, it's not to subsidise the motorist. It's actually to help with the upkeep of the sites that these mobile homes are actually on. So it's not a subsidy for the motorist at all. Talking about the motorist, the parking charges, free parking works. We know free parking works because the Rico's always packed, and people will drive to the Rico rather than coming into town. They will drive up to Ventura rather than coming into town. In fact, people from the Weddington area of town have told me more and more and more previously when we've door knocked that they don't even bother coming into town. Sometimes they just hop on the A5 and off they go up to Hinckley or up to Ventura, mainly because the parking's less. So that is actually from Councillor Condacor's own ward. Maybe you should ask more people who drive cars. I'm really bemused as to why this budget has been deemed containing some horrors. It really hasn't. We've come up with this budget with thoughtful consideration, and we've asked people what they want. We've spoken to people. People have made representations to us, especially after you turned down, or the council voted, the Labour group, should I say, voted against our stimulus package last time. The furore that caused, you have no option but to do something. And I know what's going to happen. You'll drip feed it in and make some election promises, and you'll use what we've put in front of you now as a basis for that. Because you've done that from previous budgets that we've had. You wait a couple of years and then you recycle the budget the budget's all the ideas as your own because you think nobody will remember. But we do, and it's all well documented. So carry on. And anything you do now will be seen as you playing catch up with the Conservatives. That I can assure you. That there's various things that I would like to point out as being positives on this. I'm just trying to get up my documents. We have looked across the board. We've tried to be as fair and consistent as possible with everything. The deep cleans of the town centres, totally agree. They do need it. We need to start thinking beyond COVID. I know it's difficult, and I know it's hard for people to think that we're ever going to get out of this COVID mire, but we are going to get out of it. And while we're talking about COVID, this has been actually, we've heard previously about the comments made regarding council tax and putting the council tax up. We haven't put the council tax up as much as the Labour budget has, which again, we're asking residents to pay less and they're getting more back. And the old trope about the county council they get a bigger slice of the budget. Well, yeah, they do, because they provide massive amounts more service. They deal with adult social care that is £170 million a year easily on its own. That dwarfs the budget of the entire Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council in its entirety. That's about 14 million, I think, isn't it? So also the government have actually helped this council out considerably. This time last year, roughly, I think, I couldn't find the document to get the exact dates, but we were looking at about £1 million deficit. And then when it came to budget time this time, we were only looking at £54,000. So we were looking at last year having to find £1 million, cuts, as it was always wheeled out like it always is. This year, 54,000. You've done very well on parking this year, and no one's been parking. That's because the government paid it. So to try and dismiss government help when it has been coming as not enough, we could all do with everything more, couldn't we? Everybody wants a bit more. But you have to be fair. You have to acknowledge the fact that the government actually got this Labour administration out of a hole this year. Absolute massive hole. So
Councillor Golby.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that this Labour administration has not been the financial wizard that it likes to portray itself as, and the government have had significant input and significant funding given to this council to like I say, dig it out the hole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I currently have no further speakers. Oh, I do. Sorry, one popped up. Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's probably interesting that we should try and listen to what's not been said rather than what has been said. And if we talk about the town centres, yes, they do all need a boost. But the truth of the matter is, Madam Mayor, is they were struggling before the pandemic. The pandemic will hopefully help everybody all around the country to focus on the retail need. But the shopping experience was different even before the pandemic. So let's not blame it on that. It's also noticeable that most of the talk really has been about Nuneaton and parking charges. And even for some Bedworth councillors, well, a Bedworth councillor that I've listened to, I mean, in fairness, in Bedworth, it's pretty much free parking anyway. You know, that's the truth of the matter. It's just been mentioned about increase the price, the rents for mobile homes because they don't meet market prices. Well, what's not mentioned there, Madam Mayor, is what happens with council houses then. So when the Tories, if they got control, that I'm sure they'll look at putting council houses up because they're not market prices either. Councillor Croft, in his eloquent way, spoke about the need for recovery, and I absolutely agree with him. But what we need is a recovery from Tory government cuts to local authorities. That's what's needed, Madam Mayor. They talk about grants for shop fronts, but they're only for private shops. There's no mention of the council properties. We have a council programme of putting in new shop fronts, which we have done. And, you know, let's not just blame it on the shopkeepers, but it's usually their landlords that don't invest in the properties, or even when we're doing schemes, they won't even come jointly with us. And I look back when we done Congreve Walk and parts of All Saints Square, the private landlords wouldn't get pay anything towards that. It kind of looks, again, as looking after their mates. Community safety. They want extra cameras to address the Conservatives' failure to address crime, Madam Mayor. The Police and Crime Commissioner, he's increasing his precept within this council tax whilst cutting staff. It was mentioned backroom staff, but a backroom staff, those that deal with domestic abuse, etc. Very important things. They said, cut the back shop, I think they said, of staffing in the council. Madam Mayor, we're already cut to the bone because of the Conservative cuts to local authorities. And it's been mentioned, they are really important people in helping get things done. So let's not be fooled by their threats to us, Madam Mayor, about having to support their budget. You know, residents won't be fooled by it. And even, I accept it's probably a typo, Madam Mayor, but even their 1.99 isn't clear. Is it pounds or is it percentage? Because it's got both in their thing. And I'll just finish, Madam Mayor, just to say that just think what we could have done without those Conservative cuts to this council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I intend, if there's anyone else wishing to speak, before I call in Councillor Lloyd, who has reserved his right to reply, and Councillor Jackson, who has a right to reply, and then Councillor Wilson will wind up his debate. Councillor Jackson, I'm told you need to speak first. Sorry, I'm receiving some information. Councillor Lloyd has reserved his right to reply. I'm told that he needs to speak first. Councillor Lloyd, do you wish to use your right to reply?
Madam Mayor, I asked for the right to reply on the Labour budget. Are we talking about the Conservative amendment?
Okay, sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been said this council doesn't support business. This council, in setting its decision framework about the additional restrictions grant, and indeed in setting its budget this evening, has consulted the business community. We have spoken with the Federation of Small Business. We've spoken with the Coventry and Warwickshire Local Enterprise Partnership, of which I am a member and is duly declared already. It is Labour who is listening to the business community. Councillor Condacor, I think, spoke about some of the horrors in this Conservative amendment. One that hasn't been mentioned tonight is the proposal to close the Civic Hall 2 days a week. The Civic Hall that is currently working very well on the vaccination programme. I trust that the Conservatives aren't suggesting it be shut down on Monday and Tuesday while we are still trying to vaccinate as many people as possible. Closing the museum for an additional day a week. Madam Mayor, these are cuts in services. These are horrors. And when I read the hike in fees for mobile home owners, I was frankly shocked. The increase there is 25.6%, I believe. A frankly shocking increase proposed by the Conservatives. Conservatives say they are a low tax party. Well, tell that to their colleagues at Conservative controlled Warwickshire County Council, who are increasing their budget by 3%. Or indeed the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, who is increasing his precept by 6.3%. Madam Mayor, let's talk about all the budgets that will actually add up and be paid by people in Nuneaton and Bedworth. Let's talk about deep cleans, and I'm confused tonight because I think it says 3 a year, and yet one of the members who spoke talked about 2. But I would remind members that the blocked paving in our town centres, which does need a deep clean and does need some repair, is actually the responsibility of Warwickshire County Council. And as Councillor Golby says, they have a much, much bigger budget than ours. So I would suggest that rather than asking a very small council who is collecting £5 extra per year from a bandy property and considerably less from over 80% of our residents, that we shouldn't be asked to foot the bill on behalf of a Conservative council. And let's be very clear, one of the members who spoke talked about the Labour budget proposing free parking after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think there's confusion there. I think that was a budget proposed by Councillor Condicor and seconded by Councillor Sargent. We have said very clearly that while we are in a national lockdown, now is not the time to encourage people to go shopping. We should all be staying at home, except for very exceptional circumstances laid down in legislation. Madam Mayor, once we come out of that lockdown and out of Tier 3, the Cabinet is actually keen to look at this issue to see if there is anything else we can do in regard to concessions. Madam Mayor, our economy has been greatly affected by lots of dithering going on. The idea that Labour locally is not responding and wanting to stimulate the economy is frankly not to state the reality of the situation. It was not Labour that kept locking down and opening up, dithering over decisions. Labour has backed the government, tried to implement and encourage local compliance with those restrictions, and we will continue to do so. Madam Mayor, the Conservative alternative budget proposes nothing that is exciting for the borough residents. And frankly, Labour members, like Conservative members, like Green members, like Independent members, are always listening to the community that we represent. That's at the heart of everything we all stand for. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Golby, you wish to make a point of personal explanation?
Yes, Madam Mayor, as soon as though Councillor Jackson referenced me by name, I believe I'm entitled to make a point of personal information. I would just remind everybody really that the deep cleans were as a result of talking to people, and we have budgeted in our fully costed, signed off budget. So, and it is there. So yes, we have put it in. And to be quite honest, it's not really that much of an issue to most people. And I'd like to remind Councillor Jackson that actually our budget is still charging less than their Labour budget. So,
thank you.
And I did point out that Warwickshire County Council, yes, they do take more money, and yes, they have put the adult social care precept up, and that is because they deliver the lion's share of services. Therefore, they have to take the lion's share of money. And as I pointed out in my speech, the adult social care spend alone dwarfs this council's entire budget. So she really does need to look at the economics of it, I think.
Thank you. Point of personal explanation, Councillor Golby. I have no more speakers. Councillor Wilson, do you wish to wind up your budget.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we used to Labour playing the politics of scaremongering, and yet again they have sunk as low as they possibly could with the threat of the vaccine being withdrawn. That is under no one's proposals to withdraw use of the Civic Hall for use of vaccination. The closing of the Civic Hall for 2 days a week is entirely designed for when we approach some sense of normality and the Civic Hall can reopen without having to be used as a COVID facility. And to suggest such a thing is, in my view, extremely irresponsible in that they are trying to scaremonger those who are the most vulnerable in our society, and indeed some of the most reluctant people in our society at a time when we have a small but significant minority of people refusing to actually go and get their jab. And we should be doing everything in our power to encourage that, Madam Mayor, not try and talk it down. But yes, the Civic Hall and the museum do have their part to play in balancing the budget. And we have to make savings to try and achieve the wider good. And that is what this budget seeks to achieve from the Conservative Party. Indeed, that's even if the Civic Hall and Museum can reopen as planned, because I would suspect that the COVID impacts will last significantly longer than we are currently budgeting and forecasting for as a council. But what we do have, Madam Mayor, before us is a budget that puts business unashamedly first, and shoppers and market traders. And what we have had is an economically illiterate argument from the party opposite in trying to refuse voting for this budget. They have refused stimulus packages from us in December, and they were rightly condemned by members of the public all over social media, and indeed in the messages that I had in my inbox, as I said before. But what we also need to do, Madam Mayor, is be unapologetic in actually striving to deliver the best for our economy. And that is what this budget does. There is no point, Madam Mayor, in businesses surviving COVID if there is not a viable business plan moving forward. And we need to do everything we can to ensure that when people can come back into our town centres, that they have a business to go to and that businesses can actually be there trading with the people they want to see again and get that money flowing around our economy as we so desperately need. As I said before, Madam Mayor, and I make no apologies for saying this, that this budget offers significantly more for the residents of Nuneaton, Bedworth and indeed Bulkington. The budget which we are looking at from the controlling group is bland. It doesn't address the issues facing us moving forward, and it's certainly, contrary to what Councillor Jackson has said, does not listen to the needs and aspirations and desires of the people of Nuneaton and Bedworth. And they have run out of ideas, Madam Mayor. They have sat here for far too long, and for all the good they have done, they should go. And when it comes May, if you reject this budget tonight, Madam Mayor, I can give an assurance to residents that we will be putting forward an emergency budget after May to put into place some of these measures, because we believe that we are the party of the people, we are the party of business and market traders. And the market traders have stuck by us for so many years, and they deserve so much better than the indifference that they are seeing now from the controlling group. It's an absolute shame that the controlling group aren't willing to do far more to stimulate our economies. So I commend once again the alternative budget to the council and hope that members will actually vote with and do the right thing to support businesses, market traders, shoppers, town centres and ensuring the security of our residents. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I have Councillor Wilson has wound up his amendment. I will allow Councillor Jackson to do the same on her proposal. So we are going to the vote on the Conservative budget.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you could all indicate for or against the Conservative amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Croft.
4.
Councillor Daffin. Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Gazane.
4.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
4.
Councillor Gran.
4.
Councillor Gutteridge.
4.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
Abstain.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
4.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
4.
Councillor J. Sargent.
4.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
4.
Councillor Walmsley.
4.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
4.
That's lost, Madam Mayor. That's lost, Madam Mayor. 17, 16 and
The
1 abstention.
amendment's lost by 16 votes to 17.
Point of order,
So
Madam
I'll
Mayor.
move. Sorry, Councillor Walmsley, did you say something?
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to raise a point of order, please.
What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's in relation to the virtual meeting protocols, which state clearly that councillors should both have their video and audio on for votes. Given that these votes are legal votes because they set tax measures and therefore are required to be recorded votes, and I noted there were a great number of councillors that did not switch on their videos as required. Could I please ask that that be picked up by the officer as we go through?
Councillor Walmsley, could you start again, please? Because we lost your sound for about 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully we'll be okay this time. In respect to the virtual meeting protocol, it states very clearly that councillors must have their video on at the point at which they vote. I noted a great number of councillors in that particular vote that did not do so. Given there have been previous allegations of councillors voting on behalf of other people, other councillors, and given that these are legal votes, given that they are legally required to be recorded because they are tax setting votes, could I please ask that the protocol be adhered to and that those that fail to do so, that the relevant officer please be pulling them up on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walmsley. We'll be moving to, we'll be moving to Councillor Jackson's proposal. Oh yeah, oh sorry, where are we? Yes, we will, I'll adjourn until 8:45, 8:45. Thank you. everybody just been checking on the points that Councillor Walmsley made earlier. We have looked at the protocol, and the protocol actually states should, it does not say must. And we do know that there are members whose internet does not allow them a camera. And of course, there is a situation whereby if a person has to come in on a phone, then they won't have a camera anyway. And if people want to check across the bottom of your screens where they have names or pictures, they usually turn blue when a person is speaking. So it is obvious the way what people are doing. So I'm more than happy to allow the vote as that was taken. Thank you. Just a minute, I'm getting it up. Councillor Evans, what was your point of order?
Let's just wait for the video to get up. Yeah, there we go. So my point of order is, in accordance with the Constitution, I wish to move that we suspend standing orders in order to allow the completion of all business printed on the agenda.
Okay, I'm quite prepared to move standing orders until the end of the meeting. Is there a seconder for Councillor Evans' proposal?
Seconded. It's Councillor Golby.
Thank you. We will continue the meeting until the end of the agenda. Is there any dissent to that proposal? Thank you. I see none. Right, moving back to the budget papers, Councillor Jackson has already moved her proposal. Are there any speakers on Councillor Jackson's proposal? Councillor Evans.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I would like to speak against the Labour proposal today, because it provides absolutely nothing whatsoever for people in this borough. You are taking the decision to increase the council tax precept by the full amount that you are allowed without a referendum. Yet there is nothing to offer people in this budget. All I'm saying is cuts, 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 and more cuts. And councillors talk about government cuts and cuts to local authority grants. Well, in this year, that is factually not true. It states in your own recommendation in the budget report that this year the government has given you 3,784,000 in grants. And, you know, the Labour group should be on its hands and knees thanking the government, because if it wasn't for that grant from the government to save the council from bankruptcy, then you would have had to have made cuts in your budget this evening to the tune of around £4 million. You know, that's a pretty seismic chunk of council services that you would have had to have cut if it wasn't for the Conservative government stepping in to save the day once again. And Councillor Jackson talks about her budget being prudent and ambitious. I don't call wasting millions of pounds over the last decades on Gresham Road and £500,000 each year just to bail out the Civic Hall. I don't call that prudent. That is serious financial mismanagement, and that is why you've had to make cuts in your budget today. Not because of the government. The government's done more than its fair share. It's given you £3.7 million. It's because this Labour group is incompetent, as are most socialist regimes. You do not understand economics and you do not understand common sense. Councillor Jackson criticises the Conservative group for wanting to increase fees on mobile caravan sites. Well, I can't believe the sheer hypocrisy. It's actually included in her own budget to increase mobile home charges. In fact, what I find even more hypocritical is what Councillor Jackson said on the 17th of February 2020. I quote, this was in relation to the Conservative amendment last year. You took officers' advice about increasing caravan weekly charges. You don't have to accept them. Grow up. Come into the real world. Politics is making decisions for people we represent. You didn't have to accept that suggestion. You could have said, actually, we won't hurt some of the perhaps most poorest people in our community. I find that shocking. So I find it rather hypocritical that Councillor Jackson has included that recommendation within the Labour budget this evening. And Councillor Jackson talks about Warwickshire County Council doing its fair share for transforming Bedworth. Yeah, absolutely agree with you 100%. And I've made my representations already to Councillor Seckham as leader of Warwickshire County Council. But I have to stress that actually Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council hadn't even made an approach to the County Council for funding before our last meeting. So you've got to understand that if you want to get that investment, you actually have to ask for it. So yeah, there's absolutely no proposals whatsoever in this Labour budget. They've failed businesses, they've failed communities, and in 80 days' time, they're going to fail at the election as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Croft.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a few comments I'd like to make on the administration's budget. Like a previous speaker, I was reflecting on budget night last year when the leadership brought an election budget, which was pretty thin gruel to the council then, and we were awaiting the reckoning that was going to come for what's been done to our borough over the past half a century. But as it happens, the Labour group were given a stay of execution. Unexpectedly, they had another 12 months to actually develop some policies and a proactive vision for this borough. And what's the result? Not very much. I mean, there have been some thin documents from this administration, but this is the crowning achievement, I think. There is nothing new in it, Madam Mayor. They've just rolled over, effectively, the same projects from last year. I noted in the leader's speech, it appeared to be a curious mixture of listing things that this council has done for decades, like the museum and whatnot, and trying to take credit for projects that came from other people, like the Future High Street Fund is a government project, or transforming Nuneaton was originally a county proposal. Now, the leisure strategy and transforming Bedworth, which are in this budget, are excellent ideas. In fact, it was the Conservative group that proposed transforming Bedworth. It was one of Councillor Wilson's leitmotifs that he would always say: we'd support transforming Nuneaton, but also a transforming Bedworth. And when you consider that both of these projects have bipartisan support, in fact, the leisure strategy would have to happen whatever because of the age of the facilities, we realise what's actually going on. Yet again, this administration is simply managing the issues and not solving them. This cabinet is not creating policies to take our borough forward. It is simply going through the motions and overseeing projects initiated by others. And given that Gresham Road was overspent by £2 million to build a simple depot, which is some tarmac and a shed, it doesn't fill me with any great confidence in their project management abilities. So they've got no vision and no plan. They are simply overseeing process, which is their problem. And Madam Mayor, how are they going to pay for this budget? Well, quite simply, it's because of the economic leadership of the Conservative government. On page 53 of the report that we've been sent this evening, it says that it demonstrates that the government funding received towards COVID pressures has not been sufficient to cover all income losses. And Councillor Jackson said that the funding was not enough. Now, it takes a lot of gall to put that proposition, and a lot of gall the Labour group have clearly. Because if you look at the Cabinet papers from at any point last year, this authority was staring down the barrel of a deficit well in excess of £1 million. The report presented at the December Cabinet lists income pressures of £2.5 million. Without government grants, what kind of cuts would have had to have been made? What kind of services would have had to have been sacrificed? To complain that a government grant of the best part of £4 million to quite a small local authority doesn't cover all the costs is somewhat churlish. If the administration doesn't like a deficit of £54,000, try a deficit of £1 million or £2 million. That's what the government's done. The government is paying for this budget, in effect. The least the Labour group could have done is put the money to some creative, useful purposes. But Madam Mayor, we know they've got the gall. We know they've got the hide to come out with these things, because at 3.4 on the same page, it boasts about how much extra money the green bin tax has brought in. This is the same green bin tax that the Labour Party promised they would not introduce the last time they had to face the voters. This is the same green bin tax that, on the contrary, they tried to smear the opposition to say that we'd bring it in. And now, Madam Mayor, this is the same green bin tax that they're now crowing has effectively leached more money off the taxpayer in the midst of one of the worst economic crises for 90 years that this country has faced. I mean, you know, it takes a lot of hide to do that, and they've got more hide than a herd of elephants, to borrow a phrase. And to do that sort of thing to people, Madam Mayor, is unforgivable. And this budget is the end point of nearly 50 years of failure. The national government has provided unprecedented assistance to this council, and still all they can do is limp across the finish line and manage nothing than the same old recycled election pledges. And Madam Mayor, in 3 months' time, we're going to have the people's verdict, and it's been too long in coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was just looking at the comment in the chat. Councillor Condacore.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I only want to say a few things on the Labour substantive budget. One is about the new homes bonus. I repeatedly tell this council that we need to get the number of empty homes down. And on page 54, it's quite clear that we've built 526 homes in the borough in the last year, but we're only getting new homes bonus on 441 because we have 85 more empty homes this year than last. That is a massive waste because it doesn't cost hundreds of thousands of pounds to employ a new empty homes officer. We should be getting these empty homes down, and that way we get £100,000 more new homes bonus. It is not rocket science. Empty homes count against our new homes bonus, and they're not that expensive to lend people money to get them back into shape and get them back into use. And then we solve part of our housing problem at the same time. Second point I'd like to make is the leader, Councillor Jackson, mentioned about climate change. Well, I haven't seen a single thing about climate change in this budget. One thing this council is absolutely appalling at is taking big measures on climate change. What the main thing it seems to do is go around chopping trees down. Every year it keeps saying we'll plant more trees, and every year my residents ring me up saying the council's chopping another tree down, the council's chopping more trees down. I understand that trees become unsafe, but we're not doing the replacement. We should be replacing every tree that's chopped down and then planting hundreds and hundreds more to make this borough a cleaner and better place. I really think this council is lacking ambition. This Labour budget is weak and watery. It probably doesn't have any nasties in it, but it doesn't have those positives. There's no vision to actually get our town in a tidier shape. And we really do need to spend some of this government money on helping everyone in the town centre. And simple things like the car parking meters are so arcane. Everyone who has modern phones just tap their things on the car parking meters to pay for their parking rather than rummage around for coins. Coins have gone. Yeah, we're going to be a cashless society, and this council should be investing in litter bins, and I hope the council will actually use some of the money saved from the mayor's cars for litter bins, even though they voted our things down, and actually just modernising. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I go from speaking about my budget, which had plenty of vision, ambition and aspiration in it, to the substantive motion before us, which offers very little in terms of vision, ambition and aspiration for Nuneaton and Bedworth. Councillor Jackson, in her opening statement, mentioned about transforming Nuneaton. And as per usual, Labour are always far behind the times, as Councillor Golby said a while back, that they are playing catch up with the Conservatives, because I seem to remember in 2014-15 being sat there, well, actually stood there in the council chamber and proposing to regenerate the Abbey Street site, which is now being looked at. I think he's having issues, Madam Mayor, with the technology. But I remember in 2014-15 standing there proposing a budget which would begin the process of regenerating Nuneaton Town Centre, only to be laughed down and laughed at by the controlling group opposite for wanting to actually do something to bring our town centre forward into the 21st century. In fact, Labour have been dragged kicking and screaming into the transformation agenda. And as Councillor Croft quite rightly said, and when it came to transforming Bedworth, it was myself who stood there, who proposed the Transforming Bedworth initiative to actually mirror what we were doing with Nuneaton and to give Bedworth a fighting chance of also seeing regeneration. These things are not Labour ideas. In fact, they are quite often being dragged, as I said, kicking and screaming to the table, to the actual ideas which will deliver for our residents. But this budget before us that we will be voting on tonight, Madam Mayor, actually does nothing to address the real issues that are facing people through COVID and as we seek to recover and indeed hopefully prosper on the other end of this present crisis, a crisis that this nation has never faced since the end of the Second World War. It is literally that big a scale. And Councillor Jackson sits there and pontificates about we might do this, we can't do that because of X, Y, and Z. Businesses and market traders need the certainty to know that car parking charges will be looked at, that market rates will be looked at, and give them a blueprint for moving forward, because without these certainties, businesses cannot move forwards. If they know that they can build into their business model that when we finally emerge from lockdown and into the freedoms we so crave at the moment, that we can actually have those car parking reductions, and that will help generate footfall into the town centres. That we can actually have market traders backed up and insured effectively by this council. They can continue trading after all the years, and in some cases decades, that market traders have supported us throughout, and the community spirit they have shown in our town centres. And for the businesses across Nuneaton and Bedworth and Bulkington who need to know that we will be supporting this budget does nothing about that. So yet again, Labour are behind the times, and they might follow Captain Hindsight and say that we have supported everything along the way. But the actual truth of the matter is their budget offers nothing to the people of Nuneaton and Bedworth, save, as Councillor Croft so eloquently said, that they are simply managing a decline. They are simply managing the process because they have run out of ideas, they have run out of legitimacy, and hopefully come May the 6th, I believe it is, Labour will run out of ballots at the ballot box, and we can finally see an administration elected which will do the things that people need us to do, that businesses need us to do, and market traders need us to do, and put them first rather than ideology. We have £3.8 million sat there from the government, and we've only spent £600,000 of it, when businesses are crying out for this support and certainty and planning. That's what we keep hearing all the time. It is an absolute travesty that the controlling group is doing nothing on that front, and they should hang their heads in shame. So when it comes time, I will vote against this budget, Madam Mayor, because it does nothing to actually see us through to the future and provide us with the foundations and certainty that we need to emerge from COVID and rebuild Britain and Nuneaton and Bedworth and Bulkington a better place after COVID, that our residents have suffered for so long and and dealt with for so long throughout lockdown. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Before I bring you in, Councillor Watkins, I understand that Councillor Brown has rejoined the meeting, I think on his telephone. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I must say something just to put the record straight on some of the things that have been said. Councillor Evans is saying that we're putting the mobile home rents up, and he's right. We're putting up 10%, not 25.6%. What he also does not seem to mention is the amount of money that we've just been spending on the mobile home sites to make them safe, to make them safe from fire, to move them around, and the massive investment that we've just had on the mobile home sites. So yes, we will be doing a slight increase, but nowhere near the 25.6% that the Conservatives would be doing. What theirs would be doing would be bringing it up to the commercial levels in one increase. So as a Labour group, we wouldn't think that was right. So we wouldn't be doing that to our mobile home sites. Councillor Condacore on about empty homes again. He's been told the reasons behind this. He's been told this time and time again, especially at scrutiny, and also that there has been an increase in empty homes because of a global pandemic. People have been dying. I myself have lost 2 people in my family to COVID, so I know what COVID is doing. So he's had all this explained time and time again, Madam Mayor, but for some reason seems not to want to accept the facts that are put in front of him. We cannot make people take money and the offer that is there for them to do their homes up, their empty properties, and there could be many reasons why they don't want to do it. So he's had all these facts and he's had them explained more than once, Madam Mayor. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Colby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thanks. Just to follow on from some things that have been raised by previous speakers, Councillor Croft asked what cuts would have to happen if the government hadn't provided financial assistance in these last 12 months, even without COVID. I seriously think that this council would have been looking down the barrel of bankruptcy, given that we were looking at $1 million+ savings to be made in recent budgets that have been put out. So yeah, I think that actually the government have bailed this council out to a degree that this Labour group will not admit, because you constantly berate the government. It's all the nasty Tories' fault, blah, blah, blah. We've heard it all before. The fact is that this administration has spent years and years and years wasting taxpayers' monies on vanity projects and tipping beer down the drain and you name it. And we've slowly peeled back the layers of this. You refused to admit that there were issues in the Civic Hall. We pushed and pushed and pushed. We got an auditor in. Lo and behold, big issues in the Civic Hall. So it's not only that, you know, Gresham Road's been mentioned. It gets mentioned all the time. Yet another council project that overran. I'm just looking at things that are being said in the budget. Climate change. Climate change is a cracker. So a couple of days ago, you referenced me directly. This Labour group, Nuneaton Labour, referenced me directly in a Facebook post. Councillor Claire Golby of the Tories. Climate change is absolutely the first priority. Is it? Is it really? Where? Where? Because it's not in this budget. So in one breath, you're actually saying climate change is the first priority. In the next breath, you're saying business is the first priority. In another breath, you're saying the residents are the first priority, and your budget doesn't actually speak to any of those things. Damon's
is now exiting.
Damon's having issues. So, yeah, I mean, it's just political bandwagon riding par excellence, isn't it? This budget is amazing. In fact, this budget is so weak. It's like the worst cup of tea I've ever had, where you just waft a tea bag over the top. It's weaker than that. You just seriously, you've just given up. This budget is a we give up budget. When we take control in May, we will put an emergency budget in place, because we're going to have to, because this budget that you're looking at setting tonight is just tosh. It's insipid. It does nothing. We've got a fund given by government that, yes, businesses can bid into and get money for themselves. However, this council can also use money to stimulate business, to do something that we can do to help people within our borough. And you've just chosen to just stick your fingers in your ears and go la 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 la, because that's all you're capable of. You've got nothing to bring to the table. I don't honestly know why people even bother voting for you. I hope they don't. Because we can't go on like this anymore. Seriously, we cannot go on like this. You've literally been given millions and millions and millions of pounds, and you still don't know what to do with it. After years of moaning that you're not getting millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds. It's ridiculous. It truly is ridiculous. I can't support this budget because it doesn't go anywhere near far enough to sort out the issues that we've got, to support people, to support residents, to support businesses. If we don't have a thriving economy, we don't have taxpayers, we don't have good public services. That is a basic. So you can bleat all you want about it. You literally have looked the gift horse in the mouth and laughed. So hopefully people will look at the ballot paper and look at putting the X in your box in May and laugh, and then put the X in the Conservatives box, because we know we can deal with this much, much, much better than you lot ever can.
Thank you, Councillor Goldberg. I don't have any. Oh, Councillor Hancock, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Golby, I don't think there is anything funny, certainly not about their budget suggestions. And Madam Mayor, it would be easy for me to repeat everything I said earlier, but I'm not going to. I will go on to repeat something because I think it's important. But the truth is, Madam Mayor, the Tories here are in denial. They won't accept about the budget cuts that have been inflicted on local authorities. I have to say, to be fair to us, Madam Mayor, the Labour Party, when the Labour Party were in control as a government, there were times when we as a Labour group challenged them. We challenged them then, but these won't, because they take their instructions from their oppos down in the House of Fun in London. Madam Mayor, what I will repeat is, just think what we could have done without those Conservative cuts to our budgets, somewhere in the region of 60%. It was interesting, Madam Mayor, to hear them go on about green bins. I may be wrong, and if I am, I apologise. I see nothing in their budget about removing the green bin charge, or even some of it. I apologise if I'm wrong, Madam Mayor. So, should we, or more importantly, the electorate, trust the Tories? Never in a month of Sundays, Madam Mayor. I'll just refer to one thing. Tories, Warwickshire County Council, removed the funding for our scheme managers and wardens from our sheltered complexes. People won't forget things like that easily. There's a long list of things, Madam Mayor, but I just make that one as an example. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hancock. Councillor Jackson, you wish to raise a point of personal information.
Madam Mayor, I haven't indicated such.
Sorry. Sorry, it was Councillor Golby. Councillor Golby, you wish to raise a point of personal information.
I do. Yeah, again, I was name checked. I'm on a roll with you, like Anna. Name checked on Facebook, name checked here. Yeah, I wasn't actually laughing at anything other than the idiocy of this budget. So I just want to make sure that's actually clear. There was no sniggering or laughing other than at this ridiculous budget that's being put forward by the Labour group.
Sorry, we haven't. It seems that
there seems to be some technical issues, Madam Mayor.
yes. Can you just let me have 1 minute to have a look at? I've got several messages in the chat at Councillor Golby.
We need to refer to, Madam Mayor, is the last one.
Right. Okay. Carry on, Councillor Golby, and then I'll bring Councillor Evans in with his point of personal information. Carry on, please. Sorry about that.
It's all right. What would a meeting be without technical issues? Yeah, pretty much. That's me covered. But yeah, thanks for the name check and allowing me to speak and clarify my point that I wasn't laughing at anything serious. I was laughing at the ineptitude of your budget.
Thank you very much, Councillor Golby. Councillor Evans, you wanted to raise a point of personal explanation.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hancock's in his statement, if you like, to council, said something along the lines that Warwickshire County Council decided to cut our scheme managers in our complexes. That is factually not true. Actually, this is the housing authority. We are responsible for housing provision. So it's not a county council decision. Absolutely not. So that is factually not true.
Councillor Evans,
this is not a personal explanation.
Councillor Evans, this is not a point of personal explanation. You were speaking again on the points that are being raised. If you wish to make a point of personal information, it's about something that you have said, not what someone else has said. I'll move on to Councillor Watt. Could I just ask Councillor Golby and Councillor Hancock to put their Councillor Hancock, you now have a point of clarification.
I'd just like to clarify, Madam Mayor, that I said the County Council removed the funding.
Thank you. Councillor, could you take your hand down now, Councillor Hancock, please? Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I virtually rise this evening to speak against the Labour budget this evening. I think it'll come as no surprise, and I think Councillor Evans very funnily and Councillor Croft, I apologise, very funnily and eloquently put it that there's more hide here than a herd of elephants. Let's be frank, the same parameters are applied at the start of a budget process to both any person that wants to create a budget, be that the controlling group, be that the opposition, be that the independent single members. And yet what we have is a route that takes us down very different paths to get to a point of a balanced budget, which must, though I'm not clear if the amendments earlier were or not, but which must, as the budgets anyway, be signed off by the 151 officer. That, I think, provides the context here as to how you can take a start point and get to such different endpoints, get to an endpoint where, frankly, with any lack from this controlling Labour group, any lack of vision, ambition or aspiration for our towns, for our borough. You know, we've got 80 days to save them in the ballot box, frankly. The towns, the Nuneaton and Bedworth, we have 80 days to save them. Because this budget, despite having millions from central government, we've already heard about how we see in this budget how the government effectively has paid for the car parking revenues, which were actually, let's be honest, overinflated. Because every time those particular items come to OSP, car parking revenue is down on forecast. Government actually have come in and stepped above what we would have taken in car parking, because they're always over forecast. They have been every single budget, every single year since before I was a councillor. So government has actually stepped in with more money from overinflated figures provided to them, and provided they have. We had a very small deficit to overcome at the beginning, and there were plenty of very easy savings that have and could be produced to do that. But there are also lots of other savings out there which frankly would allow us to invest in our borough, that would allow us to invest in the future, to allow us to invest in jobs, in businesses and in taxpayers. And I come back to the point about choices, the choices that are before us when preparing these budgets. I am unashamedly a low tax conservative. I don't like the overtaxation where we have a choice and a policy differential here, very clear, very stark. Labour, which is going for the maximum amount of taxation increase that it can get without having to have a referendum which they would lose. And the Conservative Party going for a smaller tax increase just as necessary to continue to fund the work to do and invest and progress for our borough. But it's not just about that, it's also about the stealth taxes. And this is another point, actually. The extra charges that people have to pay to balance the budgets. That's car parking charges when they've been hiked over years and years and years. That is the extra charge of green bins, where we've already heard, frankly, I'll go one further. Labour lies at the last local elections, trying to say that opposition would increase it. There'll be no changes. Literally days after coming into office, there was that announcement of a policy change. And let's be honest, we know the glacial pace at which NBBC works. That was being worked on prior to the elections. Let's be frank, officers were working on that on behalf of the Labour Party prior to elections. So let's be clear, the glacial pace that change happens, it doesn't happen overnight. Things don't get sorted in any local authority overnight. Well, that is what I disagree with, fundamentally. And I think there are better options out there. I'm frankly a little bit surprised at this budget. I would have expected more, a lot more. There are many issues I've had with Labour budgets over the years, but they always provided something. And for me, one of the biggest ironies here is the decision of Labour to effectively cancel Bonfire Night. A civic bonfire for removal in their budget. I mean, many residents are concerned about Bonfire Night and fireworks. And what we're going to do is what? Take away the civics ceremony? Encourage more people to have them in their own homes, closer to pets, closer to people that might otherwise be frightened of them? I think that is an example, a prime example of a very short-term policy idea, scrapping Bonfire Night for, I think it was something like £7,000. Let's not be frank. Overspends of years, mismanagement, no surprises in this budget. In fact, the surprise is the complete lack of anything. And I think it's really, really shameful. And I think, frankly, our residents deserve more. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief in case my PC battery doesn't last much longer. We've turned down the best budget of the night, so we're left with this one. The bill someone, blame anyone, do nothing budget. I'd just like to take issue with a point that was raised earlier about the cutting of the wardens in the older people's complexes, or cutting the funding. The blame was laid with Warwickshire County Council for doing this. As I recall, the County Council gave several years' notice of the changes that they were having to make. And the Conservatives actually produced a budget that would have allowed the wardens to have remained in post. But that budget was voted down by the Labour Party. And Labour, as the housing authority, didn't come up with a suitable alternative. They were the ones that got rid of the wardens. Residents know that. The former wardens themselves know that. The only people who seem to be in denial about it is Labour. I won't keep you any longer on this. this is a bad budget that does nothing for the borough, does nothing for shoppers, does nothing for traders, does nothing for business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jill Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 60, it does actually say, to reflect the council's commitment to tackle climate change, a growth item of 60k will be included in the budget. And there's been comments made about we're not taking climate change seriously. And I think that's by putting that resource in place we are. And no further fees and charges increases are proposed in our budget. I notice it's 1.7 plus CPI in the Conservatives' budget. I think this is a prudent budget which has been brought on in some aspects in terms of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I have no further speakers. Councillor Lloyd, did you wish to? You reserved your right to speak on the Labour budget some time ago. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Yep, please carry on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to start with some of the discussions that have gone on about businesses and the mismanagement of this council. We've had millions of pounds of money paid to us by the government. Wake up. The government, I'm going to say the government, at the end of the day, through their mismanagement of the economy and COVID-19 in the early days, caused the collapse of our town centres on a massive scale right the way through the country. The money they're giving us, Madam Mayor, is the money that they've lost. So they've got to support the town centres. They have no choice because they destroyed them in the early parts by wrong decisions. And basically, Madam Mayor, that is why we're in the position that we are. The pandemic is a very serious thing. It's been going on now for 12 months or more, and I'm sure people are sick of it. And I think it's going to go on for a lot longer as well. It's not just going to go away. So we have to prepare for that. And I think our budget does that. It doesn't squander all the money that's been paid to us by the government in one foul swoop. Madam Mayor, following the Borough Council's consultation on sports facilities and parks master plan, and the reallocation of the £760,000 of the 1.16 million we budget for the delivery of that sports strategy, we've been working hard with the public behind the scenes to develop plans for a new sports facility at Nuneaton Pingles, including a 6-lane and an 8-lane 25-metre pool, splash areas, 100 to 120 station fitness suite, 4 to 6 court sports hall, and at Riversley Park, the creation of an entertainments area around the bandstand, a place for cycling and learn to ride, BMX pump tracks, cycle, and the foot link through to the town centre all the way through to Wembrook. We're also looking at making Whittleford Park a third destination park, and we'll be going out to consultation with the public in shortly on a master plan. This is all on top of the fantastic athletes track at Pingles, and netball and tennis courts where we've improved and worked in partnership with local sporting groups. At Bedworth Miners Welfare Park, due to the age of Bedworth swimming pool, I've already said we need to build a new pool and sports centre, and we're going to do that within 4 years. We're going to hopefully build an 8-lane 25-metre pool, a teaching pool, 4-court sports hall, new fitness facilities, and a new cycle and footway link through to Hawkesbury Village, along with new entertainment area and skate park. This is on top of the excellent work we've been doing in that park in partnership with the local sports clubs in creating tennis courts, netball courts, along with a pavilion that's second to none. Of all this work has been continuing despite lockdown. In fact, we've gone back out to the public today to feedback on the consultation that took place earlier last year. Any member of the public can log on to our feedback site. It is www.be-nu.co.uk. Madam Mayor, we do not just draw up budgets the week before a full council and allow the opposition to see it the night before council. Our budget and our plans for the future can be seen month by month by month in our cabinet meetings, in our full councils. This is why we can plan ahead and deliver new, exciting projects in full consultation with the public, not just political consultations at election times. I've heard a lot of rhetoric tonight, but remember one thing. The COVID-19 pandemic could be here for a long time. If you spend all the money in one go, you will not be able to help businesses further down the road in a pandemic. This is a marathon, not a 50-metre sprint. Even with the successful National Health Vaccination Scheme, we are the party, Madam Mayor, we are the party that plans ahead and has a track record for delivering, not like the Conservatives opposite, who are the party of too little, too late and diva. Who knows?
You wind up, Councillor Lloyd.
And who knows the price of everything is the value of nothing. I commend this budget, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, I allowed Councillor Wilson to wind his budget up. Do you want to come back and say more on the Labour budget?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It's been stated tonight that the gap was very, very small that we needed to close in terms of it being £54,000. In actual fact, it was a lot more than that earlier in the year, and it is because of the very prudent decisions taken throughout the year that we find ourselves this evening with a very small gap of £54,000. That's Labour working hard throughout the year and acting in a prudent and responsible manner, far from the incompetence that we've been accused of tonight. Opposition members say we should thank government for the grants because they've more than covered our costs. Well, I'm sorry to say they simply haven't. We've been hit by a global pandemic. Our income sources have increased phenomenally. Has the government done everything it could? No, it hasn't, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry to say. Mobile home increases, staggering 25.6% increase by the Conservatives opposite. Labour's modest 10% increase. Climate change, a big idea. We declared a climate emergency as a council. It's only Labour tonight that's actually putting money behind the spirit of that motion to full council. We declared a climate emergency. We need to put the money where our talk is. The green bin tax, no proposals from any of the opposition parties this evening to actually scrap that or to change the amounts that are brought in. Frankly, have the opposition run out of ideas in regard to this matter? The additional restrictions grant. I want to be very clear, a lot's been made about this. It actually isn't a grant that is supposed to be paid out in a very speedy manner. It's supposed to last us more than 1 year. And we, as a responsible administration, have consulted the business community. We've listened hard to them, as well as to residents of the borough. Ideas, Madam Mayor. It's been said Labour's run out of ideas. Well, frankly, it was Labour that sought to convert the council house and the Bedworth area office into hostel accommodation so that people who face the prospect of homelessness could actually have a high quality place to actually call home while they're awaiting permanent housing. Bonfire night, somebody mentioned that. I haven't seen either of the opposition budgets proposed tonight put that money back in, Madam Mayor. My apologies if they have. And I'll finish with supporting people grant, Madam Mayor. Supporting people grant did pay for the warden's service. Warwickshire County Council 100% removed that funding for the warden's service. So let's be clear. Labour had no choice but to implement Tory cuts. And that's what we're faced with repeatedly, Madam Mayor. There's a lot to commend in the Labour budget. Real investment behind our desire to declare a climate emergency, £60,000. Smaller fees increases on mobile homes. A real balanced budget. All four on a Band D property, a £5 increase, when over 80% of our residents will pay considerably less than that. The difference actually between a 1.99% increase and £5 on a Band D is very, very small indeed. But the difference between a £5 on a Band D and a 3% increase by Warwickshire County Council, Tory controlled, and over 6% by the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner is astronomical. Madam Mayor, we do know the value of services as a Labour administration. It seems to me that the Conservatives only know the costs. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We now move to the vote on the Labour budget. Simone, could you take the vote, please?
Thank you. If everyone could indicate for or against the substantive motion, please. And please, if your connection allows you to, please put your video on. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards. Councillor Brindley Edwards. I'll come back to you, Councillor Brindley Edwards. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Daffin, are you able to put your video on?
No.
Councillor Doughty.
For. And I can't put my video on, Simone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacourt.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Pandair.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins. Councillor Watkins.
For. Sorry. For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Big, yeah, she's gone.
Councillor Brinley Edwards.
Against.
That's 17 all. Councillor.
Vote is tied, so as I'm allowed to under the local government, I will cast my my vote again for and vote for. That is then carried. Thank you. Right, can we move then now please on to 11B, which is the Housing Revenue Account Budget and Capital Programme. Councillor Watkins, could I invite you to move the recommendations from Cabinet on the Council's Housing Revenue Account Budget and Capital Programme?
Yes, thank you, Chair, Madam Mayor. I would like to move this report with the revenue and capital budgets for the housing revenue account for 2021-22. It's on page 89, not as it's printed as 85. The report also includes a forecast outturn position for 2020 and 21 based on the information available at the end of December. The table at section 3 highlights the key variances for the current financial year, with the key issue being the additional costs in the independent living service for fire risk surveys and security services. This is funded from a contribution of in-year savings and use of reserves. The forecast outturn for the HRA is a small favourable variance of £2,000. Section 4 then sets out the draft budget position for the HRA 21-22, which is a deficit of 2.76 million, largely due to revenue contribution to capital of 3.7 million. And the cost of borrowing 8 million to finance the capital programme. The HRA balance will still be 3.7 million at the end of 21-22, which is above the minimum working balance. The budget assumes a rent increase of 1.5% in line with the government policy, and other fees and charges have also been increased by 1.5%, such as garage rent and hostel rooms. Section 5 presents capital programme for 21-22 and an update to the current year programme, and full details are attached to Appendix C. The programme for 21-22 will total 25 million and include 6.6 million for new builds, as well as the various projects to maintain and improve our existing stock. Section 6 shows the budget risk assessment for the HRA and the level of reserves that could be maintained to meet these risks. Section 7 provides an update to the HRA business plan and the key strategic pieces of work that will be carried out in 21-22 to respond to future pressures and demands. The recommendations are shown in Section 2. Madam Mayor, there's lots and lots I need to say about the work of the housing and communities and the excellent work that they've done throughout this global pandemic. I'm really proud to be the cabinet member for housing and communities and to put this budget forward. I'll put this forward now, Madam Mayor, and reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
I don't think you have, as the mover, you don't have the right to speak later, you cannot reserve your right to speak. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to second this HRA budget and reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move a slight amendment to the budget before us tonight, and that has, again, I believe, been pre-circulated before this meeting. And it is only a slight amendment in that we would like to create, for 1 year only, a fund for each of the independent living complexes to have up to £5,000 to spend in each of the sites for general improvements and works to the complexes. This comes particularly, and I have to commend Councillor Evans for his hard work and diligence on this, because he has been championing the people who live in independent living complexes for so long, and this is something which has come forward as a result of him listening to the people who live in those complexes over a number of years. And we sometimes forget that there are people there who have lived there for a long time. They pay their rent on time, etc., etc. And we don't always give a little something back. And there's something that we can do as a council for this one-off year, this most difficult and trying of circumstances, to give them a little pot of money as a collective to go out there and redecorate their communal areas or make improvements or buy a new white good, because the people who live in our independent living complexes are most likely to have been amongst the most vulnerable in our society when it comes to dealing with COVID. They will be, by their very nature, of a certain age, which has meant they have had to shield for a large part of the previous 11, almost 12 months. And I'm sure that having been confined to their independent living complexes has been a challenge for them. And it is a little something that we can do as a council to say thank you for everything that you have done, for the sacrifices that you have made, and to put a little something back into their complexes that can give them just a little bit of joy, a little bit of happiness, a little bit of a change, and that can make all the difference to those people who live there. And I think for £125,000 across all the complexes that we have, it is something worthwhile doing for our vulnerable communities and our elderly communities who could use a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a help. And it's something which we can afford to do. It has been signed off by the 151 officer, Madam Mayor, and I would hope that all members would get behind this very small amendment and support the people who live in our complexes. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Yes. Right. Okay. So yes, I would like to actually second the amendment to the HRA budget, which is being proposed by Councillor Wilson. I think we've done the politics of tonight, but the intention here is genuinely a friendly amendment to the HRA budget. I would like to commend the work of officers from housing who have put this budget together. I think on the whole it's a very good budget, and it will receive my support. But what I would say is I've been contacted by a number of my residents in Catherine Ward Hall before the start of this pandemic, who've always asked for a grant to be made available from housing towards buying new equipment for their communal areas, whether that be a television, new kitchen equipment. In Catherine Ward Hall, there's a residents committee, and before coronavirus came in, they would hold weekly lunches, bingo, etc., etc. And I think actually what this pandemic has showed is just how important the community is. And a lot of these people have been stuck inside their apartments for many months now, and I think that communal facilities, communal rooms, are a vital asset in those complexes. So it's not being done politically. I just hope it will receive cross-party support. I genuinely think each complex would benefit from this small grant. I think we've all got complexes in our wards. I think Whitestone may be an exemption. I apologise if it does, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Gutteridge, but we all have complexes in our wards, and I think this is a decent proposal just to go back to them and say thank you for being so loyal to us over recent years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Longden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's amazing, isn't it? It's not political, but it would just come just before an election where they would get a grant into these complexes. I agree that they are very, very important places, and I've had good rapport with the ones we got in Kingwood, and they are very, very nice people. Occasionally you get the one, but they are very, very good, and they do get quite well looked after. But I was point out to Councillor Evans that there are far more people outside of the complexes. I'm one. My next door neighbour is 2. Another neighbour further down the road is 3. The next door neighbour to him is 4. That's just along our small stretch of street. Get these teeth in a bit. That small distance, and we've all been shielding. We've not been allowed to go out. We've had shopping delivered, everything else. And we're not whinging about this, that and the other. We've had to get on with it. So it's not just people in the complexes who've had to do all this. It's people in the community who've had to do it as well. And I do take some exception to Councillor Evans trying to make out that it's just those people that deserve, for some reason, to be recognised because they've been shielded and everything else. That's not what I see here. What I see is deliberate electioneering, and it's not on. And it won't get my vote, but I'll say sorry to the people down the road when I go and see them again, when I can get to see them again. But I'll tell them what it was all about, really. And I think they'll understand.
Okay, Councillor Condico.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. One thing Councillor Longden's missed out is actually the housing revenue account is paid for from the people in these complexes and in council housing. So it is not general money. This is money in the housing revenue account. And these complexes do need a bit of TLC and a bit of money. They usually do have Christmas fairs and things on. I attend the one at the Chimes and Reg Haddon Court when I can. And that raises a good bit of money for all these little nice to haves, which they haven't had this year. And remarkably, the Chimes wanted to have another green wheelie bin. The residents have been doing a phenomenal amount of gardening there at no expense to the council. Yet the council still expected them to pay £50 for an extra green wheelie, sorry, £40 for an extra green wheelie bin, and then had the affront to say, when I queried it, oh, it's not council accommodation. Absolutely nuts. We should be supporting these places. They have suffered quite a few voids as well. So actually putting a bit of money into making them more attractive, updating a few things, actually will reduce the amount of voids we have, hopefully. They're actually wonderful places. I'd love to move in myself almost. I mean, the Chimes is a lovely place, a great community. I've really missed seeing them for the last year. And I think this is just a tiny amount of goodwill to actually tidy them up a bit and give them a few nice to haves. So in this year, I think it's a great gesture and I support the amendment. Thank you. You're on mute there.
Yeah, Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I support this amendment, and I'm actually quite shocked of what I've just heard. People in complexes whinging, really? Is that what? This is what the Labour group think. Shut up, everyone in a complex. You're whinging. We're here to do a little bit for people who are No, struggling. They are struggling. Let's not beat around the bush. We're here to do a little bit for that. And to say that they're whinging, I mean, it's just unbelievable. Just because we can't give free TVs to everyone. I mean, I've heard of socialism, but that's a bit ridiculous. What do I get? You can't have it because I can't have one. That is literally the attitude we've just had. Unbelievable. Really, I'm shocked by that. Anyone in a complex needs to hear what's just been said, because that is just gold. And it's not, this proposal isn't electioneering. This is a change to the budget, which is being done today, which is why this has been presented today. I can see that somebody wants to make a point of personal explanation, but I haven't actually referenced anybody personally, so I don't believe you can. I can't see who it is because it's not showing up on my screen, but I'm responding to items in what has gone before me in a debate. I haven't made any personal reference, so let's just clear that one up. But yeah, I'm stunned. We just want a little bit of something to help people. We are constantly hearing how we are going to look after people and we're going to help people, and we think the COVID recovery is great, and we are really mindful of everything. And yet that attitude that's just been displayed about people whinging, unbelievable. So yeah, I hope that everybody that lives in a complex knows what's just been said and hears what's just been said. I genuinely hope that, because I don't think they're whinging at all. I think we need to do a little bit of something for people who have to live in, have to undergo communal living and things like that. You know, not everybody can live in a home on a street with their neighbour and their neighbour's neighbour and their neighbour's neighbour that all want a free telly but can't have one. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'll be supporting the request from Councillor Evans.
Thank you. Councillor Longden, you wish to make a point of personal explanation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would point out to Councillor Golby that you don't have to be named like you seem to want to be all the time to get your name in the papers and everything else, and on Facebook and everything else. So I didn't interrupt you, so shut up, please. The issue was I did not say that they were all whingers, but no doubt you are going to change it, you're going to spin it, you're going to misrepresent what I said and make the most out of it. That's what you always do. I didn't say that. I said there's some whingers, and some whingers there are, and people know about it. I had to deal with loads of problems because of people being silly in complexes and spoiling it for everybody else. So you take it as you like. You'll misrepresent me, you'll spin it and make fun out of it, but then you'll do it all the more. So I still stand by what I said. You are electioneering, and it's disgraceful that you take this opportunity to electioneer like this.
Thank you. Councillor Golby, you wish to make a point of personal explanation.
I do, Madam Mayor, soon as though I was name checked. I feel I need to clarify that I don't need anyone from the Labour group to get my name out there in the paper or in publicity. I'm very capable of doing that myself. Have you not realised that yet? And you've just said we're not whinging.
That's what I said.
They are all whinging. We're not whinging, but they are all whinging. I don't need to spin anything. This is my explanation of that comment. I don't need to spin anything. You have just given me a soundbite. That will not be spun. That will be verbatim. Thank you.
Councillor Condicle, you just made a comment in the chat saying, can we stop this? The answer is no. I have to take, as I'm always being told, points of order and points of personal explanation. Councillor Gutteridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully support what my predecessors have said, Councillor Evans and Councillor Wilson, about the complexes. We've had this I've got first-hand experience. My mother was in a complex until she passed away, like this time last year. So I got involved in quite a bit of the history of the complexes. They all work together. They have coffee mornings, they have whist drives, they have card evenings, they have people come in and they raise the money to look after their common rooms, to either buy a newspaper, have newspapers available, or have, you know, a Christmas party. But this year, they've not been able to do that. I feel very sorry because they've isolated. I've got friends who have not seen their aging mother for nearly 12 months. The only way they can see them is drive past and hope they're sitting at the window. They haven't been, only talk to some of them on the phone because some of them are very hard of hearing and can't see. So I fully support this, and I think it's all about the residents of the borough. We need to look after our senior citizens, and it won't hurt this time to make a one-off grant to the homes so that they, or the residential units, that they can buy a little luxury item, whether it's a white good or some new china or a new tablecloth. But I think they deserve it to put up with what they've done with the COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you, I can't bring you back again, Councillor Longdon, because you've already spoken. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't really going to speak on this, but I can't believe some of the negative comments that we've heard about this item tonight. As the key thing here is that the residents in these complexes generate money annually themselves. This year, they've not been able to do that because of COVID. The proposal is for a one-off grant to offset the money that they would have raised to help them continue their communal activities. My grandmother will be 107 at the end of this month in a care home. Nobody's been able to see her for over a year. She's fortunate in that it's a good place and they have activities, but not every place is like that. And this is an expression of generosity and care, if you like, that we can help the residents in our complexes to put back some of the money they haven't been able to raise themselves from money that we have available at our discretion to do something good that the average person in the street will see as being doing the right thing for the right reasons, and I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a shame we have to descend into this type of thing, isn't it? But I do want to start off, Madam Mayor, by saying that the Labour group has never said about residents whinging, and I think Councillor Golby should apologise for that. You won't be bringing her back in to speak, but she can put it on chat. Is it, sorry, Madam Mayor, is it me that's speaking?
Yes, it is that's speaking, Councillor Hancock.
It's all right, I just noticed Councillor Golby's picture come back up. So, Madam Mayor, we've now suddenly got Conservatives caring Conservatives, the same Conservatives that want to make this contribution to complexes at the same time as taking away their TV licences for the over 75s in those complexes. You know, they spoke about being hypocritical of people earlier on. It jumps out just there, doesn't it, Madam Mayor? And somebody said about being done with the political side of it. This is exactly what this is, Madam Mayor. It's playing politics. Nothing wrong with that. I've been around long enough to realise what's going on. Madam Mayor, I take you back to a comment I made a little bit earlier. The Conservative County Council removing the funding from our sheltered complexes. Our scheme managers and staff in those sheltered complexes, Madam Mayor, used to help run comfort funds that helped all the residents doing with various things. The County Council removed that funding which resulted in removing those scheme managers and staff. Are they trying to say that the council doesn't redecorate these places, that they don't replace the white goods, the white washing machines, etc.? It's clearly the Conservatives, they're not in touch properly with those complexes. We go out of our way and we do a regular thing every year with activities with all the complexes invited to take part in what they call the Olympics. I'm sure you've been there. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure, Madam Mayor, but certainly one of the things that you go to normally as the mayor is to the Olympics, when all the complexes get together for an event. It's normally held in Bedworth at the Saunders. You know, and there's a cost to that. There's cost to hiring rooms, there's cost to catering, and it's what we do as a local authority that cares for our residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have any further speakers. Councillor Jackson, you reserved your right to speak as the seconder. Pardon? Oh, sorry, that was on the original motion. Councillor Watkins, I apologise. Councillor Watkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for allowing me back in. It's like it's already been just said by Councillor Hancock. This is part of the day job. This is what we do. We decorate things. We replace the washing machines, TVs, things like that. We didn't need to find any more money to do things like that. We've just spent vast amounts of money on doing some repairs to some of the independent units, and we'll continue. We'll continue to do whatever we need to do. We don't need to find any more money, and that's just that's just one part of the HRA and the communities, housing and communities. Some of the other things that have been going on. So the communities team established a food distribution hub as part of the COVID response measures and ensured that hundreds of food packages were delivered to our vulnerable residents. Level of work coordinated involved in this cannot be underestimated. We continue to work with the food banks, continue with that vital supply of food in need throughout the borough. We distributed supply of PPE for now voluntary groups to ensure they could continue with their valuable work, supporting a range of people and needs across the borough. We haven't forgotten the need to move forward, even with the pandemic. We are supported the implementation of the Nuneaton education strategy. The council continues to successfully deliver new homes despite the challenges COVID-19 and the shortage of labour and materials that we've been faced with. We've built 20 new homes and commenced work on a further site that will deliver another 8 properties. That's happening now, and they'll be craned into site this week. We have a budget totaling more than 11 million for new builds and acquisitions in the coming financial year. Through prudent management of the HRA over the next 5 years. Sorry, just somebody keep trying to get in. Over the next 5 years, up to March 2026, we have set aside 58 million to deliver a further 368 units of accommodation. Between 2021 and 22, 24, 25, the council has set aside more than 35 million to invest in existing council homes to provide improvements such as new windows, doors, bathrooms, kitchens and roofs. We've also set aside more than 5 million to continue to lead the way in terms of improving the fire safety of all our elderly stock.
Councillor Watkins, can you speak to the amendment? You'll be able to speak to the vote.
Yes,
To the
Yeah.
amendment,
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. It's just on the amendment, Madam Mayor. This is something that we do. This is part of the day job. This is something that we're already doing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. Councillor Wilson, you had a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. You already addressed it by asking Councillor Watkins to come back to the actual amendment, so it doesn't need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving back to, we now need to take the vote on the amendment as proposed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If everyone could indicate for or against the amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Apologies, I'm unable to put my camera on, but I'm against.
Councillor Dougherty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
I'm for.
Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
For.
Councillor Welling-Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
And Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's 17 all, Madam Mayor.
Vote is tied, so I will use my casting vote against. I'm going to break now for another comfort break. Let me just have a look. Back at 10:25. we're back again, and we're moving back now to the original proposal that was put forward by Councillor Watkins and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Keith, you wanted to speak. Keith Condacourt.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just want to say a couple of things. The capital budget for the housing revenue account is really massive, £25 million. And I think it's a pity we don't look enough at this budget. We used to have a housing scrutiny panel when I was first a councillor. And I think actually it's time to actually have a look at this large amount of spending to make sure it's being done in the most efficient and green way. And also to get councillors to know what's going on. I have a massive frustration because Councillor Watkins walks around Wellington, around Cleaver Gardens and places, and we're not involved as members. Yeah, I mean, it really is very annoying, and we waste so much money on the works at Cleaver Gardens. We had bollards put in, which were fixed concrete bollards, and then the next week Glendale came to mow the grass and they had to be cut back out again. It's far better to actually start to have more thinking before we do these big capital works and involve local members. I'm also very alarmed by the lack of trees. We really must get the works to our housing stock increasing the tree cover rather than keep taking more and more trees out of our housing stock. I understand they need to be removed where they're dangerous, but we're getting more and more bland housing. It's inspiring to see trees around our council housing, and I think the housing revenue account should have an allowance in there to improve the state of our trees. And then there's the car parks and roads. A lot of our car parks around the back of like Ryde Avenue is absolutely appalling, unsafe, and needs some urgent work. And I asked Councillor Watkins, when he's doing his walkabouts, when he can legally do so once the lockdown's over, to go walk around the back of Ryde Avenue and look at the craters in the car park there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Condacourt. I don't have any other speakers indicating, so can I move back to... Pardon?
Councillor Hancock was just indicating.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can start, I'll say I have to agree with Councillor Condacourt. I think we probably can do more about tree replacement and or new tree planting. Maybe it needs working with other organisations like Groundwork Trust and people like that. I've been involved in many schemes where we've done that, but I'm sorry, I'm kind of moving away from that. But I just wanted to respond to Councillor Condacourt's thing about the portfolio holders' lack of involvement. Certainly, he's responded to any representations I've made. I've not always won him over, but he does turn up. And I have to say, in particular with some of the new developments, our new fantastic energy efficient modular housing and new housing that the council's done, I do know because of one site in my own ward, as part of that scheme, there's been trees planted in that. So, you know, it has been done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hancock. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think this is an excellent report on the HRA capital programme. You know, you've only got to look at page 105 and go through some of the items that, that's better, Madam Mayor, go through the items of the window from windows and doors, you know, to the sheltered alarm call schemes, right the way through to the rebuild of Byford Court. You know, this is a very good budget for the housing capital programme. I hear what Councillor Condacourt says, but I always thought the housing capital programme did go to scrutiny. If it didn't, then the scrutiny committees should be calling it through to the scrutiny meetings and actually scrutinising it. Because, you know, that's what scrutiny is there to do. It's to it's overview and scrutiny. So, I think this is a fantastic report. It's got a lot of good things in it. We've been criticised for not bringing projects forward, and yet here you can see all the good stuff that's happening throughout the housing capital programme. I certainly know from my home patch, you know, the amount of windows replacement that's taken place in some of the flats within Camp Hill, you know, Sandringham Court and Balmoral Court and all those areas that are getting new windows and doors. You know, it is a good programme, and yes, it is ring fenced. It is money that's coming back into social housing from the very people that pay their rents. But if you want it at scrutiny, then it should be at scrutiny. And the criticism of Councillor Watkins, I haven't had the luxury to meet any councillors for over 12 months because of the pandemic. You know, I've been stuck in the house most of the time as well. Unfortunately, there's other people out there, not just in the complexes, but in our sheltered areas where we've got, you know, my mother-in-law lives in an old people's bungalow. We haven't seen her other than on, you know, on Facebook, etc., for at least 6 months. It's very difficult times, but this programme is very, very good and is putting a lot of stuff back into our complexes and back into our housing to keep it up to a livable standard. And I think the housing department needs to be congratulated.
Thank you. I don't have any further speakers. Councillor Watkins, do you want to wind up the discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to applaud the incredible work going on in our housing revenue account. Some of the items in the capital programme have been referred to on page 105 of the agenda tonight. But I think we need to realise that some of these improvements proposed have real life enhancing impacts for people. Even in my own patch, I can be parochial about that. At Bridge Street, I've seen slabs to tarmac replacements. I've seen real improvements in the amount of availability for car parking. Just go across the road to Chevrolet Place and I can see huge improvements there. Lots and lots of investment at things that really help people's lives to be better. Madam Mayor, you know, things like alarm systems, really important. District heating smart boilers, fireworks that have already been talked about, lift renewal works, absolutely incredible. This is a really ambitious capital programme and one that I actually am delighted to see come forward. But it only comes forward with a lot of hard work by officers and indeed by the relevant cabinet member. So I commend this to council tonight. I commend Councillor Watkins and his hard work, along with the Director for Housing and officers in that department. I think it's something we should all get behind, welcome and vote for without any due untoward further time delay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Watkins.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you. I'd just like to put all this forward towards to the council tonight. Thank you for some of the kind words that have been said, and I'm also I take on board the criticism, but I'm always going to get that off one of the councillors. As I was saying, there's some excellent work going on from housing and communities, and the team have done us all proud throughout this past year. They've faced some really difficult challenges, and they've continued their work to a really high standard, and they've met everything that's been thrown at them. Madam Mayor, I don't need to keep going on about this, but the other things that was delivered as well was the Eton House was delivered just a couple of months late, despite the lockdown and the challenges. Eton House now provides modern, safe and appropriate accommodation for those unfortunate to find themselves in need of temporary accommodation. We've worked with ELF to secure 2 outreach nurses to support rough sleepers in the borough, providing final link in the wraparound support service to give the assistance required. We successfully delivered in everyone in an initiative bringing in all rough sleepers from off the streets during the pandemic, and the work that the teams have done is just phenomenal. Really, I'd just really like to take this time to thank the whole of the housing and communities team for the support and hard work that they've gave to us for over the past 12 months. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can we move to the vote on this item, please? Simone.
Thank you. Again, if you could please indicate for or against the substantive motion, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley-Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacore.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash. You're muted, Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longden.
For.
Councillor Pandair.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Great work, Chris. For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
For.
And Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's carried, Madam Mayor.
That is carried. So we will move on to item 11C, which is the Council Tax 2021-22. Councillor Jackson, do you wish to move the motion?
I do, Madam Mayor. This is simply an adding up exercise, so I hope we will be able to move to that vote fairly quickly. It is adding up the precepts of the various precepting authorities. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I so move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this proposal?
Seconded, Madam Mayor. Councillor Lloyd.
Does anyone do you wish to speak now, Councillor Lloyd?
No, Madam Mayor. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any speakers, so we need to go to a vote. Could you put your hand down, please, Councillor Lloyd?
Okay. Again, if you could indicate for or against, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley-Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Brown,
Against.
Councillor Croft,
Against.
Councillor Daffin,
For.
Councillor Doughty,
For.
Councillor Elliott,
For.
Councillor Evans,
Against.
Councillor Gazane,
Against.
Councillor Glass,
For.
Councillor Golby,
Against.
Councillor Gran,
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge,
Against.
Councillor Hancox,
For.
Councillor Hawking,
For.
Councillor Jackson,
For.
Councillor Condacor,
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash,
Against.
Councillor Lloyd,
For.
Councillor Longdon,
For.
Councillor Pandare,
Against.
Councillor Phillips,
For.
Councillor Pomfret,
For.
Councillor Rudkin,
For.
Councillor A Sargent,
Against.
Councillor J Sargent,
Against.
Councillor J Shepherd,
For.
Councillor T Shepherd,
For.
Councillor Smith,
Against.
Councillor Tandy,
For.
Councillor Tromans,
Against.
Councillor Walmsley,
Against.
Councillor Watkins,
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
That's 17 all, Madam Mayor.
The vote is tied, so I'll use my casting vote for. Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11D, which is the Treasury Strategy and Budgetary Framework. Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, can I move the recommendations from Cabinet in relation to the Treasury Strategy and Budgetary Framework 2021-2022?
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the proposal?
Madam Mayor, can I second that?
Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our officers are really good at managing a very difficult set of financial situations. But what they're being asked to do in terms of financing things like the Abbey Street development is alarming. We're doing very much very commercial activity without the expertise to do it safely. And I'm alarmed that we're taking all the risks and putting it into our capital expenditure. Obviously, there's all the extra reward if you do put the finance behind a project. But I really think we should be reducing our forecast borrowing and actually doing a 50-50 or something on these hotels, rather than actually borrowing all the money and investing in them ourselves. The people are asking on social media, why are we building a hotel? And I think that's a good question. I think we need to support a hotel, but I think we need to actually manage the risk better. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more speakers. Councillor Jackson, did you want to say any more?
Madam Mayor, this was fully discussed at Cabinet. I think rather than prolong debate further than necessary, I just suggest we do move to the vote on this matter. It is very important. It's been subject to scrutiny, and our officers have worked very hard to mitigate risk where that is necessary to do so.
Quite happy to move to the vote. Simone.
Thank you. Again, please indicate for or against, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Croft.
4.
Councillor Daffin.
4.
Councillor Doughty.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Gazane.
4.
Councillor Glass.
4.
Councillor Golby.
4.
Councillor Gran.
4.
Councillor Gutteridge.
4.
Councillor Hancox.
4.
Councillor Hocking.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor Condacore.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
4.
Councillor Lloyd.
4.
Councillor Longdon.
4.
Councillor Pandare.
4. 4.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Pomfret.
4.
Councillor Rudkin.
4.
Councillor A Sargent.
4.
Councillor J Sargent.
4.
Councillor J Shepherd.
4.
Councillor T Shepherd.
4.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Tandy.
4.
Councillor Tromans.
4.
Councillor Walmsley.
4.
Councillor Watkins.
4. 4.
And Councillor Wilson.
4.
That's carried, Madam Mayor.
Which is carried. So we'll move on to the final item on the agenda, which is item 12, which is members' questions. Question 1. I think that is Councillor Evans.
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor. My question is to the portfolio holder. I think it is for housing it goes to, might be wrong on that. Across the borough, we have many private pieces of land which adversely affect the amenity of the locality around the land. In accordance with the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, local authorities have the power to issue Section 215 notices to landowners. Could I ask the portfolio holder how many Section 215 notices the council has issued since May 2018?
Councillor Beaumont.
Yes, it's for planning, development and health, the portfolio. But I have a response for this one. Since 2018, the council have issued 6 Section 215 notices. The issuing of each notice follows extensive negotiation and engagement with the landowner. Typically, officers are successful in resolving the clear up of a site before the need to serve a Section 215. With respect to process, the planning enforcement team have developed a structured route which focuses on negotiation initially. The process is comprehensive and seeks to ensure that any challenge the council might face at the magistrates' court can be defended. This is important to recognise because the landowner has a right of challenge. The court will expect the local authority to have acted responsibly and exhaust all of the routes before pursuing a Section 215. The approach to serving the Section 215 is also comparable with our neighbouring authorities. There were, just as I think I said at the start, there were 6 notices, and the locations were 2 Bath Road, 6 Bath Road, 9 Kings Gardens, 9 Barpool Road, 14 to 20 Hospital Lane, and 187 Wootton Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. Question 2, Councillor Condacore.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is again for Councillor Beaumont. The planning application for the County Council owned Top Farm site was submitted in November 2017 after the Conservative controlled County Council agreed to develop the site for around 1,700 homes. Since the application was made, the borough plan has been adopted. Several additional substantial housing applications have been approved in Wellington St Nicholas. We now have a 2-entry primary school being constructed on the Lower Farm site for completion in September, and in principle funding for the secondary school from the Department for Education, and the unfunded £8 million entrance to Wellington side of Nuneaton railway station. Surely it cannot be reasonable for the application to sit undetermined for well over 3 years without the application documents being updated to take account of all these changes. Will the portfolio holder for planning ask his department to require any out-of-date sections of the planning application document pack to be updated and then allow the public to be consulted again? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Beaumont.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The application was submitted in November 2017, as Councillor Condacore correctly states. Since then, there have been ongoing discussions with the applicant, who in this case is the County Council. There is an agreement in place with the applicant to extend the time limit for determination beyond the statutory 13-week date, and this agreement is effectively open-ended. The site is earmarked for the provision of homes within the adopted borough plan, which at the time the applicant's submission was merely emerging, but now has full adoptive development plan status. The council will, of course, comply with any statutory requirements to consult with neighbours and other statutory consultees at the appropriate time. But as a matter of course, residents are not reconsulted on amendments where there is no significant material change. The original consultation letters to neighbours makes this clear and advises them to check the website for updated plans. Warwickshire County Council Education are a consultee on the application, and their comments and requests in relation to school provision and education will be presented to members of committee. The up-to-date nature of any submission and documentation will be assessed by officers before a report is submitted to the Planning Application Committee and the relevant statutory consultations on a case-by-case basis. It is possible that documents will require updating, and the council will request the applicant to do so as necessary. When the applicant is ready for the application to be determined, they will inform officers who will work towards the next available Planning Application Committee date. At that time, all supporting documentation will have to be up to date, complete, and made available to relevant parties. Any required statutory public consultation undertaken and the matter determined in accordance with all extant planning policies, both in the borough plan and on the up-to-date national planning policy framework prevailing at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. Thank you. That concludes the business for this meeting. Could I thank you all for your attendance, and please stay safe. Good night.